a very big work programme to get through. Unfortunately, reports weren't available, and in discussion with Henry, we felt it was unjustified in asking people to come, as many of you do, many of us do, across half or more of Somerset, to get here for a one-item agenda. It was most unfortunate. The matter has been discussed with the Chief Executive and with the Leader of the Council, and we have reassurances that matters won't be withdrawn. Things won't be withdrawn late in the day as they were before. Frankly, it's slightly embarrassing when these things happen. But what I have vowed to do in future is I won't cancel a meeting. And if the agenda slips away because reports aren't ready, we'll be coming in and we'll have a general discussion perhaps. I'm glad that the last meeting, actually there was some useful stuff went on because Henry held a water working group meeting online, and there's some good report back to come from that. So I think that's important to point out at this stage. We've certainly got a big agenda today, or a detailed agenda, and let's crack on. So Jamie, any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee. We have received apologies from Councillor Burt, for whom Councillor Osborne is substituting. Apologies from Councillor Dingwall, for whom Councillor Denton is substituting. Apologies from Councillor Cook-Woodman, for whom Councillor Hendry is substituting. And apologies from Councillor Bradford, for whom Councillor Filmer is substituting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of July, 2025, please. Could we have a look at those minutes, and would you please, if you have anything to add to those or to question on them, can we do that now, please? Dave Mansell, Councillor Mansell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think it's page 17. There's it says recommendation. I just thought it should be clear because you know it's not absolutely clear. I'm sure we all understand it, but it doesn't say we agreed the recommendation as we did. So could we just make that clear, please?
Could you give me the page reference again for that?
I think it's page 17. So I must admit I've not got it. Yeah, page 17. It's 29. 7. So section 7 and part 29.
This is to do with the cross pavement charging solution.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you. Anybody else have a comment? Anybody else want to comment on that? Okay, if we could amend that then, please. Any other matters from those minutes arising, please? Did you have anything, Henry?
No, Mr. Chairman, because we've got the article that's come from full council on planning, which answers most of the questions, or allows us to raise most of the questions that are in those minutes about planning and what was due to come forward.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much. So I can sign those off. Yeah, well, I'll do it later then. Okay. No other points. Okay, let's move on. Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. No. Okay, thank you. Public question time. Do we have any public questions? No, no public questions. Moving on. 5, Scrutiny Climate and Place Work Programme. Okay, can we just get that up? Can we look at, are we just looking at this for any suggestions, I think, of things that might be raised in the immediate future? Yeah, I should point, sorry,
Chair. Yeah, it's really to clarify what the, in terms of the committee dates for the next few meetings and what is currently scheduled on the full work programme, and to invite members to suggest any other items that they would like to see. I'm just going to, okay, hopefully that I've just shared that on the screen.
Yeah, it's great, thank you.
So those that top box is obviously the list of dates, and just one point to note: members will notice that there is a a special meeting been arranged for the 19th of November in addition to our normal committee dates. And obviously the standard next committee date would be the 4th of December.
Yeah, obviously we've got things to clear up because we've missed meetings. It's not as if we haven't got a big work programme or a lot of agenda items to deal with. So that extra meeting has been put in there. I think Dave Van Sell had his hand up. Sorry, Sue. Yeah. Councillor Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for indulging me, because there is an item that I think I would like to suggest that this committee looks into, having seen some of the paperwork, particularly the nature recovery strategy and the proposals regarding carbon baseline report. As you know, we do have a county farms estate, quite a large one. What some of you may not be aware is that the final lifetime tenancies, which were retiring tenancies, did go to lifetime. They've all been served notice to quit, which means that in effect, the council will probably retain the land, but the house buildings and X number of acres will be sold out as policy, which means that more extra land will be coming into the estate. At the moment, land is let out on short-term FBTs for the highest possible rent. Now, in my division, we have quite a lot of county farms land. Most of it goes for growing maize. And how can I put this? What I would like to see is that perhaps this committee actually takes this opportunity, especially now the long-standing manager of that estate, or who looked after it, Charlie Field, is now gone, and it's an opportunity to have a look, a deep dive into how we manage that estate, particularly for conservation and social value. We don't just go after the highest rent gets the land. The problems we have had in Doniac with flooding on the A358, I can give you an example where Doniac Parish Council and Community proposed a scheme which will need consent from county farms because it's their land, and it was to do a very low-key, very simple, through FWAG and with the support of our tree officer, to put in basically a scheme to slow the flow of water and prevent water from one end, from the village hall end and from Raps Plantation, to manage that, to prevent and slow down the flow of water, to perhaps stop the A358 getting flooded as much, because some of the problems is the water goes onto the 358 and it's held there, it's an aqueduct. I think we've got a great opportunity, and this is the committee, to have a look at how we can manage our land to comply with our tree strategy, also to ensure that we continue to produce good high quality food in Somerset, but it's not at any cost. And we've never looked into that. We've never held county farms to account, or the county farms estate, in any way. And I've been around a hell of a long time. And I think now, with all demands we have, with the need to perhaps provide carbon credits to meet some of your targets at a cost of 100 million, I think we need to be looking at making better use of that estate holistically. And that's why I'm putting this request to you now, because it's frustrating from my point of view. I'd love to see that scheme go ahead very easily. There is grant funding available, which FRAG can access, the council can't. There is grant funding from SRA for flood prevention work in communities. But we do need the consent and this cooperation of the estate to achieve all this.
I think James Duval is going to answer that question, or at least give you some information appertaining to it.
Yeah, I welcome the conversation, actually, because I think some of the things that we'll be bringing forward to scrutiny over the next 12 months will help to answer that. That particular piece of work around asset mapping is something that we're trying to work with our estates and assets team and service area, because there's a lot of synergy that you're talking about, which is linking in with some of our key strategies and work streams already. You mentioned the tree strategy. We've got the local nature recovery strategy you're talking about in a minute, and the consultation period. There is natural flood management that we're looking at in terms of our resilience and adaptation work streams. And there's some forward work that we're looking at around green financing and how that can support not just nature's recovery, but actually the other work streams moving forward. So yes, it's important. Yes, it's already on my radar. We're not quite there yet, but over the next 12 months, that is work that we'll be feeding into the forward plan, definitely.
I'm not sure it totally answers my question, because what I'd like to see is this committee actually perhaps lead on this and ensure that it does actually get done. It's been kicked into the long grass for so long. I don't think perhaps County Farms Estate has been accountable to the wider council and scrutiny committees as perhaps it should have been over the years. And you've now got a good opportunity, now that the old management guard has gone, you've got a good opportunity to perhaps steer the direction of how we manage our estate in the future.
I think what we've got here is something that impacts on policy, which you're dealing with, and quite a specific example of where you'd like that to be applied. And I think the best way forward on this is, if we're going to bring it up, I want to know where and how we're going to bring it up. Would you mind communicating with James on this and briefly copying me in with a resume so that we can discuss this and where it comes up? Obviously, we've got a very heavy agenda for the next 2 meetings, and I think it's a very relevant, very important thing. But let's not kick it into the long grass, but let's find the right slot to put it in, and don't hesitate to remind me if you feel it's being neglected. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, I think as well, there are the potential income generation things. It's, you know, now that the tenants are not going to be there, which is sad in its own right, because we did have a County Farms estate. It was very much highly valued in its day, and without rehashing history, but going forward, I do think we need to be looking at it more holistically. I'm more than happy to talk to you about it, James, and I think I've emailed you on a couple of projects a couple of times, because I think we're potentially missing some tricks here if you are looking at meeting the very high targets that we've got coming up.
I think it's very fair game to bring it to this committee, so thank you for that. I'm going to move on to Dave Mansell, please.
Thank you. I've got 3 which I think are sort of short, quick ones, and then I've got another one which, if I could come back to after those 3 are done, if that's all right. So firstly, where is our outcome tracker? And I think the obvious answer is, well, it's not there. So can we please have it back at our next meeting? It's an important document for this committee, and can we make sure it's up to date? It was starting to look as though it may not be up to date last time we saw it, and now we've clearly missed a few meetings. So please, can we have that back? It's important. The 19th of November meeting's been mentioned. From that, I've sort of picked up it's going to be a normal meeting. It's not a special agenda. If it was a special agenda, it'd be interesting to know what it is. But if it's catching up, that's fine. Perhaps if that could just be confirmed, so we know what's coming. And thirdly, the review of the parking for Sunday charging was due to be with us at this meeting, according to what we've got in the forward plan here. Can we be told when that will now be coming to us? So perhaps a little update on that, please.
Thank you, Dave, taking those questions in turn. Yeah, I think I can reply on the first one. I can't actually tell you what's on the agenda because I can't remember. I haven't got it in front of me. But we did actually outline, I think, I'm looking for help here. Yeah, you weren't there, but I think Mike O'Dowd's online, and I know that we outlined a few things we wanted to bring to it. So can I bring you in, Mike, to answer that one?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So the items for the 19th are the parking consultation outcome, because we needed to take that within a certain time frame in order to make decisions. It's executive in December. So the parking consultation outcome will be coming to you on the 19th of November. And we've also put the local transport plan consultation outcome on the same agenda, because they sit very well together as relevant consultations that we've done recently. So those are the two substantive items for the 19th.
Right. There's one other point you wanted answering. I've forgotten what it was.
I think you've just done 2 in 1 actually with the parking. So that's fine. Thank you for that. And the last one was something else that looks as though it should have at least been partly here with us, was the 9-month review for the energy plan and also the service plan. Can we have some assurance when that will be coming to us? And I think I will say that I'm very concerned, and we have sort of been voicing this, that we're just really falling behind with the climate agenda at this council. If we're honest and look at it, it has barely progressed in the last few years. There are some good things going on, but at a corporate level, we've got a good team. They're really small. I think we've got a good manager, but he's vastly overstretched. Look at how many things he's got underneath him. And it is showing in the reports. We're not getting the reports coming through to us. And something that hopefully might provide us with some reassurance, but at least show us where we are the service plan and the energy plan, which we've been talking about for years now and has been really slowly progressing through. Some of us really want to see some action on these things and know the officers are getting on with it, which is what I'm sure they wish to do as well. But I fear they're too small a team, and they there's the real signs they're just not being able to keep up. But I think the start of it is, can we have these plans come into committee and see what is going on, so we can hear. Thank you.
I actually, Dave, on the question, on the matter of the size of the team, I would agree with you. I'm sure the officers can't comment, but I am concerned about. I think there's a lot of pressure on the officers. But to answer your other question, Paul, I think is available.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Mounts, as well. I'll take the praise for the team. That's very much gratefully received. Looking at the forward plan, we have the climate vision item coming in December. Also, we've got the 2 items today, not least the carbon baseline matter as well. We're very happy to bring a progress report about the energy investment plan to the committee. Can I suggest that we look at the January meeting for that purpose, if that's okay?
I think it's okay with me. Yeah. I might need somebody to remind me, because sometimes these things. Thank you. Because sometimes these things do actually slip off the agenda, and when we're on the spot deciding the agenda, we've got a whole agenda. Then somebody does bring something up and say, "But you owe us this report." That and I need we need reminding of that. It needs to be minuted quite thoroughly, so we don't forget. I think Henry wants to. Would you like to come back?
Yes, if I may. Well, that's good. Yeah, please, climate vision and the energy plan. I'm content with that, but we've got the service plan, which was due with us today, but clearly isn't. So I think we do need to know when the service plan, because we've actually not seen one since the new council's been here. We're now, whatever we are, 2 to 3 years in, and we've not seen it. So, and this is now a review of something we've not even seen in the first place. We need to know what's going on, please.
We'll make sure we bring a rounded update as part of those 2 items.
Thank you very much, Paul. Henry Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 3 subjects on the last minute. We talked about bringing the M5 forward to this committee. It's not anywhere on the forward plan.
Yeah, we had a discussion on this or through email the other day. Mike O'Dowd-Jones, I think, is willing to answer that one. Mike?
Yes, I can confirm that we have got agreement now from National Highways and from the police to come to the committee to talk through the issues around incident management on the M5. We're just agreeing a date with them at the moment. I'm I'm hoping it will be this year, possibly the December date, but we're just tying dates down at the moment for their availability. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Yeah, I mean, I've been pressed on this by the executive member, and I had to reassure him that this is still on the agenda. But to be fair, you know, I think at this stage it's taken quite some time to persuade the authorities to actually come and talk to us. They've been quite resilient so far. And next,
Number 2 is the budget. We're supposed to be planning next year's budget. We've not got a single meeting, as far as I can see, that's on the forward plan.
anyone like to field that one, please? Oh, hi, Chris. Chris.
Yes, so
Chris
the usual budget, apologies, Chris Hall, Exec Director. So the usual budget process is for this to go through corporate and resources scrutiny, then onwards to executive and full council. We wouldn't normally see individual budgets coming forward through the individual scrutinies, of which there are 4, as you will know. So it will follow the normal corporate process and go via corporate and resources scrutiny.
And Henry's.
Can I come
point.
back?
Yep.
I accept what you're saying, but we haven't had any reports here to this committee on this year's budget, all looking forward as what's likely to happen on next year with our own individual bit, which we have certainly had in the past, Chris.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so there was a position during the financial emergency where executive effectively instructed, or certainly made a strong recommendation, that each of the individual scrutiny committees looked at specifically the budgets for the portfolio that they cover. They've now backed away from that proposal because the finance team have said we're reverting back to normal budget monitoring and the normal governance route for that budget monitoring and approval. So yes, you're absolutely right. That was a situation that occurred probably 12 months or so ago. So you can, of course, look at any of the reports that go through corporate and resources scrutiny. You just risk some duplication of that.
Thank you. Do you have another? Okay. Councillor Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman, for indulging me, but I'd like to know why that decision was taken, because that discussion was flowing through my mind. I remember that being had, that the service department's reports would come, finance reports, budget reports would come to each scrutiny, because it was felt at the time that the individual scrutiny committees, health, climate and place, know their subject best to see what they actually want to do, what's feasible, what's acceptable, what's not. What is the reason for changing your mind and going back to business as usual?
Chris.
Yes, I don't think it's me that's changed my mind. I think we certainly followed that approach, as that was the request of executive during the financial emergency, and you'll be aware that we no longer consider ourselves to be in a financial emergency. So those were the specific requests of the executive at that time. If you're unhappy with that, there's certainly a conversation to be had with corporate and resources and to see where the other chairs of scrutiny feel on that same topic, I think.
Yeah, okay. Sue Osborne.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm not particularly happy with that answer. That this decision was made without reference back to chairs of any of the scrutiny committees. They should have been involved in that decision. And in terms of when was the decision taken that we are no longer in a financial emergency, when I look at the size of the budget coming up.
I've got, if you don't mind, Bob, I've got Councillor Liz Lation online. I think she probably wants to speak on that matter. Is that right, Liz?
If I may, please, Chair.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a number of points. There are, of course, 2 separate positions. There's budget monitoring, which is now quarterly rather than monthly. And I would say for scrutiny, what scrutiny is looking for is trends, of course, and that is possible to do that with the quarterly reporting and the internal monthly reporting. So that's the monitoring. The budgeting is a different position, and what scrutiny will be looking for across all of the scrutiny committees will be both the growth proposals for each directorate and the savings proposals for each directorate. And what we're trying to do is to reduce the amount of duplication of work whereby savings and growth proposals would go to each scrutiny and go to corporate and resources scrutiny. And we all know that every single member of this council is welcome at the corporate and resources scrutiny meetings. Also just want to make the point that the council's financial position is indeed still fragile, and that is a word that we are and will be using as we work with government, MHCLG, and in the first instance the civil servants, and then when we can with the Minister and Secretary of State, who, as you know, have changed since Angela Rayner and Jim McMahon. So we are in another different position where we do not yet know the steer that we'll be getting from the new Secretary of State and Minister. We will also be talking to them, of course, about further exceptional financial support and what that might look like. We are on an improving trajectory, but we are not out of the woods yet. And I have to make that really clear that it is still a position where we will be making difficult decisions, but I just want to assure scrutiny that the chairs and vice chairs do indeed have meetings. All of the chairs and vice chairs have meetings, and that our 151 officer, Clive Heafy, is putting together his detailed plan for how the budget setting goes from now until the February date that we have for full council. And I'll apologise to your committee chair, as I have to Corporate and Resources, that we've pulled that back into February now, the budget setting. We went into March last year because we needed to wait until we'd heard from the civil servants and minister on exceptional financial support. But members may recall, or you may have heard me talking or not, about our move to one piece of software for all of the revs and bends for the whole of Somerset. That means we will be in a much better position in the future, and all the bills will go from the one piece of software to the one printer. But because that will be the first time we're pulling all of that information for all 272,000 households and all the businesses in Somerset, we try to put a bit more time in order to reduce the risk if there is any delay at all in exporting that data to the printer. So we are doing everything we can, Chair, to reduce risk, to plan properly for the budget setting for next year. And I believe we are in very good hands with Clive Heafy, who has a lot of experience working with other councils who are in, I'd say, much worse financial position than us. But I would put in a plea, if I may, for all of the chairs and vice chairs of scrutiny to work closely together and to ensure that all scrutiny members, indeed all members, do come to the sessions that corporate and resources scrutiny have, looking at the budget in detail, particularly on growth areas and savings areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liz. I have to be quick, Sue, because I've got two other people ready to talk.
Quick.
Yeah.
Can you confirm and not confirm that we are in or out of a financial emergency?
I'm not taking that question in this forum. That's for a different forum.
That maybe is, but we do need to know, Chairman.
Well, it's been stated by the officer that we're not. Whether I or you agree with that is another matter. It's not for this committee to discuss that with a huge agenda in front of us. I'm sorry. I'm going to go on to Bob Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. It was just really following up on Councillor Hobbhouse's question in terms of whether issues should be coming to scrutiny. I understand, obviously, the officers have been given a lead that it wants to be streamlined, but ultimately it is down to the scrutiny committee to decide what they wish to look at and what they wish to comment on. I think that it's important that scrutiny has the ability to feed into proposals that are coming forward in the budget. The danger with just simply going to corporate is it's almost after the event, looking at what's being suggested and then trying to unpick things, which is unfortunate. Whereas if the scrutiny committees can feed in early, then we're working together as a team rather than trying to pull things apart. So I would hope that that will be considered, and scrutiny at corporate can do a good job of an overview, but we'll never know the detail of the stuff that the various scrutinies can do in their own department. So that's where I think it's unfortunate if the only way this is going to be scrutinised is through corporate.
I think your point is well made. Thank you very much. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Bob makes very good points, which I would entirely agree with, and you acknowledged as chair. Really quick, and then a bigger point. If we're using words for the council's financial position, which do seem significant, the word I would use is, from what I'm looking at, is precarious. But there's many ones which we could use. I'm concerned to hear that the budget process might be compressed again for the next year. I thought we had a bad process last year, and this is not boding well for next year. If the signs that it's going to be compressed again, it's also not boding well because the size of the savings that we've got to make suggest that there could be some serious service impacts in what is going to be needed in the budget next year. That's all the signs we're seeing from the budget finance reports that we're seeing, unless someone finds the magic money tree. But I didn't see that in any of James's reports or strategies. And more seriously, I think we've forgotten something that was agreed at full council. I mean, I think Bob's points probably do cover it sufficiently, but at last full council, the whole council agreed the scrutiny review, including the recommendations of it. Recommendation 5, part 4, and I do tend to notice the detail, is that we agreed as a full council the early involvement of scrutiny committees, plural, in the development of the medium-term financial strategy and plan and with the annual budgeting proposals, starting with 2026-27 ahead of executive and full council. Full council has already given an instruction to officers on this, and hopefully the executive directors will be reminded of that and recall that if we want to look at the budget, we should do. It's our function. It's what we should be doing. And this is the committee which should know most about the areas for which it looks after. But that was a recommendation we passed at last full council.
Thank you for that, Dave. Back to Chris Hall, please.
Yeah, to try and prevent this becoming adversarial, I'm not saying you can't have it. Scrutiny can ask for whatever they want. So you asked why there was a difference between what was happening now in the forward plan and what happened during the financial emergency, and that's the explanation I've given. I would strongly recommend that the chair has a conversation with the other chair of scrutinies, because this is a similar matter, I'm sure, to the other scrutiny committees of level of interest around the budget setting proposals. So we could probably talk all day on this point. I think that the matter to take away, if I may be so bold, would be to suggest that the scrutiny chairs have a conversation.
Just come back on that and say that, yes, obviously at the next meeting, Jamie, if we could minute that, please. And we do meet as committees, chairs and vice chairs, and that should be a predominant discussion, I think, that we might have at our next meeting. Liz Lachon's hand is still up. Yeah. Do you want to come back, Liz?
I would, Chair. I'd just like to say I will take this to our 151 officer and relay the concerns of your scrutiny committee, and I do accept them. And I would just say that as long as we are an exceptional financial support council, which we are likely to be for another year if the government agrees it, that will always contract our process, because we have to wait for confirmation of a minded to support for exceptional financial support, and everything that comes from government comes late. This government did promise a multi-year settlement and did promise that we would get provisional settlement much earlier. They were suggesting October. We're now looking at the end of the year again. So where we were hoping that we would be able to bring everything further forward and have more time, that is not turning out to be the case, and that is beyond our control. But I will go back to the 151 officer and take to him the concerns of your committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully accept Liz coming back to us about the future budget. The budget monitoring, it still should appear every 3 months. That's what we've just been told. We've cancelled the last 2 meetings, so that means that we haven't had one for considerably longer than the last 3 months. Can we please put it on our forward plan for November?
If that could be minuted, that'd be great. Yeah, it's the last two out of the last 3, but not the last 2. But yeah, technicality. Okay, another point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to come back to this particular subject. Phosphates are not on the agenda. Things are moving forward. They were reported to strategic planning, not to this committee, at the last meeting. There has been a letter sent out by Chris Hall to Natural England. By the time our meeting in November the 19th, we should have an answer as to whether we are getting a new policy. Can we please have that put on the forward plan as well, Mr. Chairman, because things are beginning to move. I think, Chris, you would agree.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry to be a pest, but yesterday I saw an article on LinkedIn that the Supreme Court case, the case that Fries took to the Supreme Court has overridden the decisions made by the lower courts, and this will have clear implications for our phosphate strategy. I only saw that yesterday. Apparently there is a very detailed judgment that could be good news for us, that it could free up some of the roadblocks to getting housing moving again in Somerset. But also the bad news is, in inverted commas possibly, is that the government at the report stage of the planning and infrastructure bill that's coming to the Lords may well be looking to gold plate some of those regulations back. I think it's something that you should, I know you're doing phosphates, and I wondered when this was going to be discussed and whether councillors can have a briefing paper, please, on what the implications are, because presumably until the legislation goes through, you will be having to live with the consequences of the Supreme Court ruling, which in this case was, should in theory be good news for us. But there could well be budgetary implications where we have asked for Section 106 contributions, which may now no longer be needed.
Well, thank you for that. Do you want to come back on that, or Chris Hall? Yes.
Yeah, that's very clearly articulated, Councillor Osborne. So yes, there absolutely has been a change as a result of the High Court case. We're just working through the implications of that. There is a slight difference around catchment areas and the way in which each of the Ramsar sites are protected. But yes, it has the potential to, in very specific circumstances, mean that some developments that have been granted outline consent with reserved matters may not have to deliver phosphate mitigation to discharge those reserved matters. So there are some applications, and we're trying to work through the list now, trying to pull from 5 different systems which applications fit within those timetables. So yeah, it happened yesterday. Had a conversation with the lead member yesterday, had a conversation with the team yesterday. We're working on it. We're just trying to understand what's the quantum of those applications and the quantum of houses that would be within those changes. There is, as you again rightly point out, the planning and infrastructure bill then chooses to, or potentially gold plate some of that, and might undo some of the decision from the High Court because of the way in which the protections are applied. So we're trying to work that through quickly as we can. We're also trying to get some legal opinion on what that means for us specifically and where the cutoff is for those applications. So very live, and we're working on it.
Thank you. Henry?
Mr. Chairman, that reinforces what I've just said. It should be on the forward plan for November or December. And I don't think there can be any more discussion on the forward plan at this point in time on that.
Yeah, I don't know if we're all working off the same forward plan, but it is on there. So there is a nutrient neutrality there with a date proposed as December.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, that's been pointed out. Thank you. Yeah, just to point out to Sue and others that this is a debate we've been having a lot, lots of reports, and it's really fast moving and changing, and keeping up with the changes and the recommendations is actually quite difficult. And this latest one, which you've pointed out, I was unfamiliar with, so thank you for that, and to Chris for explaining that. No doubt that will feed in, but I think I'll draw a line under that particular discussion because Henry will come back under agenda item 9 anyway to talk about the task and finish group update, which may incorporate some of these points. So if I may, it's going to be very difficult to summarise that last agenda item, excuse me, which is on the work programme. A lot of suggestions. Those suggestions will have been minuted. What I would like actually is, Ayushi or yourself, just to highlight to me, if you wouldn't mind, some of the suggestions we've made on the work programme to be brought forward, so that when we have our next meeting, they don't slip off the radar. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you very much. And so that, I can't summarise the whole of those points, but hopefully we'll reflect all of them in the coming months. Thank you. So I'd like to move on, please, to now we have agenda item 6, which is deferred planning motion from the full council. And thank you. We've got Councillor Diogo Rodrigues to present the motion. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chair. Looking forward to the constructive debate we're going to have, and obviously officers are here, I'm assuming, to present some of the update from as things have gone. But in particular to the motion, I think that at the time at full council, I was very disappointed that it was coming to scrutiny, but actually I'm really happy that it is coming to scrutiny, because I think this is an opportunity for members to try and shape what we want the planning service to look like, how we want it to recover from the emergency planning measures period. And I think as members, we should be able to formally input to what is happening, not just always be told what is happening. And I think it is a real shame that sometimes when members feel like we're being done to, rather than being part of a process to do with. I think this motion is about working constructively, cross-party, to make recommendations to the executive. We as members understand quite clearly the frustrations among parish councils and planning agents, applicants, and we as members as well, have frustrations within the planning service. And what's really important just for members to have in mind is that this motion in itself asks the executive to consider the points being made, not forcing them to do anything, but to consider what we are debating and what we are recommending. So I hope that we can work constructively to make some cross-party recommendations to full council and to executive to consider. And just to pick up a few points within the motion, just to give you my kind of initial thoughts. The particular ask of the motion for executive to consider, when you're looking at the recovery plan suggestion, we know that there is a reduction in the backlog, which is great over the last 3 months, 20% reduction. But actually, do you want to know about those various productivity measures that have been put in place over the last 3 months, and actually have those sort of measures as an ongoing thing moving forward, rather than that just being behind in the back office, something to consider. Only 300 applications were cleared in 3 months. I know that's 20% reduction, but if you look at the high that we were at a few months ago, has this 3 months period actually made a huge difference? That's something to consider. I think what we could be looking at and maybe asking executive to consider is kind of simple targets as to how we want the planning service to reduce the backlog? Is it, for example, we want to aim at a 15% reduction, and that should be based on evidence as to what we've been able to achieve over the last 3 months? And I think it would be really useful as well to be considering kind of the backlog size, the age profile of that backlog, how long it's taking for each application to be considered, the number of extensions of time being given to those particular planning applications, and things along those lines. When we're looking at the public and member engagement, I think I find frustrating the single email point of contact, and I think that's things I've heard that across party, not just me personally. So considering, is that the right thing to do? And we know that parish councils are frustrated about the refusal of extensions of time for consultations, particularly when some parish councils meet so irregularly that they're unable to add comment to a planning application. And actually, perhaps we should be considering, can we ask the executive to reconsider that and have the leeway that there was there previously, and ensure that is in black and white in some sort of recovery plan? A couple of other points I've made on kind of decision quality. We know that some applications are made on using Google Maps, using agents or planning officers that aren't from Somerset, from very far and beyond. Is that the right thing? You know, I don't know if that is the right thing, but is that the right thing? Something to consider. And we know, as I say, agency staff are based not in Somerset. So actually, are they making the best decisions? Maybe they are, but it's something to consider. And also, should we have an audit of decisions made without visits, perhaps, to measure the quality of those decisions being made? It's just a thought to put out there. When you're looking at the enforcement backlog element of this motion, we all know the frustrations around enforcement. You know, all councillors do. We know the enforcement backlog has gone up, which is really frustrating. We know there's a limited number of enforcement officers to do the job. And there's a huge reliance on agency staff. So we really need to be looking at that around staffing, recruitment, what we do to recruit permanent members of staff. Is it around salary, whatever it is? And maybe we can make some suggestions and some points for executive to consider around that. And around the reporting of the quarterly performance reporting, which is in the motion. Yes, we do get quarterly reports to strategic planning, but we know that that particular planning committee doesn't get all the information that perhaps it should do. Reason being, no one envisaged that a day or two after that last strategic planning committee, before the emergency measures were put in place, that emergency measures were about to be put in place and that things were so bad. So there will no doubt be a number of metrics and performance data, I would suggest, that members don't have sight of, that actually we should be asking, should we have sight of that too over the next period of 12 months to get a better picture of the service? And around good practice, a charter, for me, that's really about working collectively with our parish councils, planning agents, applicants, about understanding what their frustrations are with the planning service, sit around a table, so to speak, and learn from one another about what does each person, each group think would make good practice for the authority, and where do we have common ground that we can work together to make the planning service better for them, for parish councils, for applicants, for residents, and for us as a council. So there's a lot there. I hope that you'll take consideration of all those points and make some really good recommendations. Lots of planning experts around the table, much more expert in the field than I am. But really, this is about working constructively, us as members having a say, and not always just being told what is happening or what we're going to do, but having real input and working constructively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this. I think it's very important that we do discuss this issue, Diego. So thank you very much. I call on Chris Hall, I think, to be to respond. That's what I got in the paper. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Again, thank you for Councillor Rodriguez for presenting that so clearly. There was also a question from a previous committee as to whether this committee could have an update on the prioritising decisions period. I think I'm going to start with an apology, because at a different committee, that point was challenged, and the answer I gave, whilst I thought was right, turned out to be wrong. So the answer I gave at the time was that it hadn't been placed on the forward plan. However, the facts and history have proven me wrong. So I'll start with an apology. I was incorrect. we have incorporated the update of the prioritising decisions period into this discussion because there are many of the points picked up in the motion that you would want information on around the PDP. So if it's okay with you, Chair, we're going to pass across to a couple of our planning colleagues who I'll introduce in a moment. They're going to take you through a presentation on where we are with the prioritising decisions period. That has now finished, but talk a little bit about the activity and the outputs from that, and some of the rules that were implemented during that period, which are no longer in place. But I think that then sets you up for a quality debate and hopefully some good questions that link back to the motion and back to the current data. So I'll introduce Helen Vittery, and Dawn de Vries is in the room as well from our planning team, as well as Lucy Gibbs, who's here from Mondrum, who's been helping support us during that prioritising decisions period. So PDP, prioritising decisions period, apologies. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And yes, Alison Blom-Cooper, our head of service, sends her apologies. She's on holiday. And just for completeness, this is pages 27 to 30 in your papers. So thank you for that. I would also note, if I may, when the slide deck is circulated, the notes are included to help and assist you interpret what we've been saying in relation to the slides. Next slide, please. And this slide is relatively self-explanatory. We are here because we've been invited to, as Chris has just outlined, to talk about the prioritising decisions period, the actions and outcomes, and to respond to anything we can assist you with in the motion that was put forward at full council. And that's just a brief outline of what we're going to run through. Lucy and I are going to do this between us as we focus on the specific areas.
Thank you. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so as Councillor Rodriguez referred to, the total caseload through the prioritising decisions period has reduced by 20%. Going through this extraordinary period has also surfaced and evidenced issues with making decisions. So there's capacity issues with legal, highways, lead local flood authority and Somerset Ecology Service, which are being worked on in collaboration with those services. Some officers are now reporting feeling more in control of their caseload and more confident in making decisions. And backlogs of invalid applications and also bottlenecks at validation stage have been removed and stayed removed. So planning applications are getting into planning officers' hands more quickly. It does mean that there are more refusals likely because quality issues with applications submitted are now being picked up by planning officers, and if a planning application isn't approvable, it isn't sufficient quality to be approved in its current state, the only option there is to refuse it or advise the applicant to withdraw it. We are also introducing new performance frameworks to monitor and manage performance based on this new approach to planning developed through the prioritising decisions period, and to give officers clarity around professional development pathways too. This new approach to planning does align with the Planning Inspectorate's renewed commitment to the appeals process, whereby they're not accepting amended schemes and are processing appeals on the information submitted. So if those more refusals lead to more appeals, you can be confident that the applicants won't be able to submit revised plans in that timeframe. And the Planning Inspectorate will decide the appeal based on the application as submitted. I'm just going to go into, bring up the next slide for me, please. Work in progress and why this is so important. So yes, you can see here that we've reduced, that the planning service have reduced work in progress by 20% through the last quarter. It doesn't include all of the work. This is the national reported statistics through the PS1 and PS2 returns that go by, and there's some notes there in the slide that tells you what is counted and what's not counted. Looking at applications on hand gives you a litmus test for the health of the service. It is affected by the volume of applications that you receive. It's also affected by the mix of those applications, the types of work that you're getting in. So If you suddenly had lots more major applications coming in, you would expect your applications on hand to rise because they take longer to process. It's also affected by the people doing the work, the numbers of people doing the work, and their productivity, so the number of decisions they make per person per day. Through this DM improvement project, and before the prioritising decision period started, and through the prioritising decision period, and after it, we are focusing on the people numbers doing the work and their productivity, and experimenting with different operational processes to increase productivity. And if you go on to the next slide, please, I'll just talk about why that's important in outline. So on the next slide, you can see, on this slide, sorry, that you can see now, you can see that it's maybe not as clear as it could be, but there's what you've got here on the blue lines is the number of applications received. And across each of the different areas, that number has been going down over the past 2 years. 3 years, sorry. Now that is in line with national trends. So nationally, planning application numbers are reducing. That's often attributed to developers' lack of confidence in the planning system amidst rising construction costs and labour shortages, and content of the national and local planning policies and their timeliness to be delivered. And you've referenced a couple of those already this morning. This council, if you want Somerset to be viewed as an attractive place to invest, keeping work in progress low and productivity high is essential so that you can deliver the pace and certainty that gives developers confidence. Now, this isn't at let's increase planning applications numbers at any cost. It's still the right developments in the right places. And you are expecting an increase in planning applications numbers anyway. Nationally, we are expecting that as a result of the current government's focus to build 1.5 million homes. So the national picture is the same as what the one you're seeing locally in terms of applications received, and the forecast is also one of expected increase in planning applications numbers, and that is why it is essential to focus on productivity, so decisions per person per day, which in its entirety means doing the quick stuff as quickly as you can. That's the best way to increase productivity and keep productivity high. That is essential in the current climate that you're in and the future one predicted. The number of applications you receive is less in your control. Yes, you can make it an investable, attractive place for developers. The things that are most in your control are productivity and people numbers. There are a couple of challenges that we are in the process of fixing. So if we just go on to the next slide, please. Sorry, this is a bit small for the people in the room. Hopefully you can read that. There are still systematic process inefficiencies, and they are in the process of being fixed. There are delays with getting statutory consultee responses, or sometimes issues with the quality of the consultee response. So we've got some ecology detail for you, and we're still measuring the scale of delays with highways. There are delays when legal agreements are required too, and we have made progress in that area. However, the decisions still haven't been made that were held up at the legal stage. It takes quite a long time for the service to provide information on application progress. It can't be gleaned from some of the systems. It has to be done manually, and it's not possible to share across the disparate systems that you've got. And responding to large volumes of emails, both internal and external, and the need to upload comments on applications individually to the public access portal takes a lot of time away from the service too. Some of the ICT systems don't support making process changes, and some of the process changes we've already made and are forecasting for the future have to be made outside of the system, so there's workarounds there as well, and that's because those systems are nearing end of support. There's a further sort of complication that disparate ICT systems, including your GIS data, the map-based spatial data, rely on complex integrations that require quite a lot of resources to keep them functioning. The service is preparing a final business case for a new place-based solution, and Helen will talk about that in a second. There are some barriers to making improvements. Thank you. Already gone on to the next slide. That's great. So there is at the moment insufficient leadership capacity to explore, design and implement changes to operations. You have got additional leadership support through the contract with Mondrem CIC and the support that my company is providing to the planning service. Day-to-day management activity still takes most of the available leadership resource. There's two elements to the cultural shift to Somerset Council from your legacy districts and county councils. All of the operational changes have got to have an element of increasing consistency across Somerset to come together and give your customers a consistent service, which does mean that sometimes spot fixes or obvious things that people want to see, including probably people in this room, are not always the best choice for the long-term success of the planning service. That can be a really difficult conversation to have. There is the second element to that we can feel resistant to changes that are seen as consistency for consistency's sake, rather than beneficial in the short term for particular teams or particular areas. And the political investment in and commitment to the long-term improvement plan, so the service plan and the improvement plan, which isn't fully resourced yet, and delivering Somerset Council hasn't yet fully happened. In some places, yes, not everywhere and not all the time. The most important thing for this committee to consider from your expert advisor's position at least, is to deliver the environment to encourage experimentation with operational processes. That doesn't mean don't provide scrutiny. That absolutely means provide scrutiny, but public visible support of the improvement plan, along with private scrutiny and challenge, is the most likely approach to deliver success. People want to see the change, and if you can be part of the solution and engage in any places that you can to provide that scrutiny and challenge, that's going to be really essential to delivering success.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So the planning service is impacted by, but also impacts on the other services within the council, and Lucy's already touched on some of those. We know that currently there are almost 300 applications sat with legal colleagues waiting for the Section 106 agreements to be completed. A lot of those are as a result of the prioritising decisions period pushing more applications through to them. And once those clear through the legal process, we'll see that number of decisions drop significantly as well. I think that should be noted, and that's a direct outcome of the prioritising decisions period that we've just been through. It does mean that we've put pressure on those other departments, but we are working really collectively and collaboratively to resolve the issues of legal resource. We're working with highways colleagues who have severe resourcing issues, trying to get appropriate experienced staff into the development management team within highways. We're working with our ecology colleagues on the backlog of applications that need resolution. That workload was increased as a result of biodiversity net gain legislation, and we do have an inconsistency to resolve between the local and the national guidance, which we are working together to try and resolve. And the LLFA has had issues with their responses as well, and resourcing, but again, we're working together to try and resolve this, whether it's through planning performance agreements and recharging, and just how we can better respond to each of these points. Next slide, please. Enforcement is, I know for all of you, a hot topic. My apologies, this data is to the end of Q1. We are still processing the Q2 data, which ended at the end of September. You will see here that the number of cases on hand has risen over the last quarter. There are really good reasons for that, and that is that our limited resource in the enforcement team is currently directed at the small but significant number of sites where there is a big impact for this authority that needs formal action, and in some cases that does include court proceedings. To give you some examples and some context to that, we've got things like Oxon Lane, in the west area. We've got the zigzag buildings in east. There are a number of gypsy and traveller incursions which are taking time and energy to resolve. And whilst in the short term that does mean that there's a build-up of the smaller reported cases that we need to deal with, we will get to them. And in parallel, we're working on a solution for how we process those other reported cases, how we manage and triage them so that they can be dealt with more efficiently. But I would say that the enforcement team, whilst under-resourced at the moment, is very dynamic and flexible. They are working across all the areas together. They're not still siloed to their legacy areas, and they are focusing on those priorities that are causing the greatest harm. Next slide, please.
So the planning services is really doing everything it can to try and attract and keep talent to fill establishment roles, that a lot of which are currently filled by agency workers. That working outline has included revising job descriptions, increasing rewards by introducing recruitment allowance and a retention allowance in line with that, widening the reach into the talent pool by different ways of advertising and the use of a talent spotter service, and connecting with MHCLG to offer opportunities for funding, some placements, including public practice and pathways to planning to funnel people who wouldn't necessarily otherwise consider a career in planning. These efforts haven't yet returned enough successful recruitment rounds, and so this service does depend on those agency workers filling those positions. The real next step of this is to look at the culture that we're trying to deliver and the reputation. So focusing on creating a workplace where planning staff can thrive with that positive culture, which includes that experimenting with operational processes, and opportunities to deliver excellent planning outcomes in a flourishing county. Somerset have got some really exciting planning work. You know, it's not that you haven't got the work that people like to do in general terms. There is a small market of planning staff to get, but your best chance of attracting and keeping talent is to be able to demonstrate this really positive workplace. Though we're not quite there yet, there are still recruitment efforts being made. Nobody is stopping trying to recruit because we haven't got that demonstrable, overwhelmingly positive culture. It's there in some places some of the time. It's just not everywhere, not all the time at the moment. And we're not seeing that reputation externally yet. But you will have the best chance of attracting and keeping talent through going through this improvement project. Part of the motion was to see what was staying and what was reverting post PDP. Thank you. So you have got the all-member briefing information sheet, which sets out the position from the top line there. Member and customer contact is resuming through new channels. So we have removed, and the out of office has been removed and the web page updated. So we have removed the shield that we asked you to build around officers for 12 weeks. And we are replacing this shield with a proactive communication approach. And the teams are in the process of developing team charters that will be able to set out what you and Somerset's customers can expect.
So in terms of one of the things we've spoken about was the legacy IT infrastructure and how it's holding us back. I did take with colleagues a paper to the Inspiring Innovation Board, I think that was 2 weeks ago now, and we were given the go-ahead to start to develop a business case for a new place-based IT system. And just to be clear, that is not just going to cover planning, it will cover all of the supporting areas. So it will include environmental health, land charges, building control, the GIS databases, everything that is intrinsically linked to the delivery of planning and related services. And that's something we've already started to do, is work up that new business case to enable us to move that forward and do some soft market testing, which I feel is really positive for all of our benefit. And I did want to confirm, and I know it's been acknowledged, that the quarterly performance reporting is happening at Strategic Planning Committee and is available. It does work in arrears. By its very nature, we can't report until we've done the data collection, and that has to have a time lag to it. But we do our best to be as up to date as we can at the point that those papers are published. Next slide, please. I just wanted to put something in around the risks. These are the new recently adopted performance measures that are corporately reported now. They've been deliberately amended because when we were demonstrating the quarterly performance against the national targets, we were coming up green across the board. And whilst that looks great in terms of our performance and delivery, it was reliant on and is reliant on the use of extensions of time. And whilst it makes us look good on the national statistics, it does not reflect the true health of the planning service. Seeing the amber and red figures in there now demonstrates an awful lot more around the work in progress and the pressures on the service and the staff therein. So we feel it's important that you're aware that we've added these into with colleagues the risk and performance of the service, just so we're clear it's not all green, which is what Strategic Committee have seen previously. And that's what we've got for you today by way of an update, but we're here to assist with anything else that you need from us.
Thank you very much for those presentations. I'm going to ask Councillor Rodriguez if he wants to come back on that as you've made this presentation.
Chair, I'm really happy to hear what the members have to say on that, and then I can input at the end if you like.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Alistair Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Burnham-on-Sea and Highbridge, Alistair Hendry. On the subject of enforcement, I'm not going to take this long, take about 1.5 minutes. There's a place in Burnham-on-Sea called Worston Lane, which is all Victorian properties, semi-detached and detached. There's a plot of land between two houses, a very narrow plot of land. And about 2 or 3 years ago, when it was the old SDC, I got a lot of emails from people in the houses about one particular building structure. And what it was, I've actually taken a photograph yesterday, this, if anybody wants to see it. What it was that some chap had put, believe it or not, 2 porta cabins, the kind of thing you see on building sites as temporary offices, put 2 of them, one on top of each other, put a roof on top of it. It's not even sat on foundations, not at all, okay? Because I did a site visit about 2 or 3 years ago myself, and I walked around it with the chap, and he showed me all this. You can actually see under the building, believe it or not. It's sat on steel or iron, what you might call cross members, but there's lots of them. So it's sat on top of that. He's cut a few windows in, cut a few doors, and there you have it. That's his house. Point in case, had this gone before the planning committee, there's no way in this world would that ever have got passed. Not a chance. So 2 or 3 years ago, because I can't remember exactly, I took this back. I've been in a planning committee 6 years, SDC and now SC. I took this back myself to the enforcement people. Bearing in mind how long we're talking about here. Yes, yeah, a big conversation. Yes, yeah, we'll have a look at that, have a look at that. Well, here we are 2.5 years further on. And as I said, I took a photograph yesterday. How progress, what's happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. To the point, I've lost interest in it completely. The neighbours to the house have stopped emailing me. They've all lost interest in it. I'm flabbergasted. Absolutely nothing has been spoken, no person been spoke to about it, nothing's happened, and it's still in situ. Everybody was not brought about it, nothing, no action whatsoever. I'd like a response to that, please. Thank you.
I think in a more general comment would be, as a member of a planning committee myself, that the issue of enforcement is one that regularly comes up and is a very worrying one. But if either of you or anybody would like to reply to that point that Alistair made, I'd be grateful. Well, Dawn, did you put your hand up to reply to that? Oh, Chris did. I'm sorry. I thought Dawn.
Well, so we can take it away, but what I would say is we're not going to be able to get into casework in this meeting. This is a review of the motion itself. So we can of course look at it. There's a hierarchy in place in terms of levels of harm, and therefore the enforcement activity is undertaken against that approved hierarchy. But I suspect everyone in this room could probably come up with an enforcement case they want to talk about. Well, we're not going to have the information to hand, I'm afraid, Chair.
No. Okay. I think we have to accept that for now. I've got this order, please. Councillor Sue Osborne, Matt Martin, and Dave Mansell, and Steve Ashton has put his hand up. So Sue first, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Several questions from me. It's very clear that the real delays are being caused by lack of resources in some of the other agencies we rely on for responding to planning applications, particularly highways, local lead flood authority, and quite possibly legal. But yet we have pinned our parish councils down to having to get their responses in within 21 days, councillors 28. It's clear we're not the problem. So it seems to me unreasonable and unfair to be denying extensions of times to parish councils. Even those that meet monthly can't comply always with the 3 weeks. I've had an email from a town councillor saying we had a notification for an application come in just after we'd had our planning and highways meeting. And it's going to be out of scope, so we can't respond on this. And she's very concerned that it seems that some applications we'll be able to respond to through our formal mechanisms, and others we will not. So can I request that, I mean, what's the minimum for determining a planning application? 8 weeks? That perhaps the parish councils have at least 42 days. Now, some of the very small ones may consult each other by email, but for larger councils and ones with planning committees, that's not always possible. I think that's something that needs addressing because it's causing a loss of confidence. Frankly, overall, the feeling I have is that it seems as though the planning service wants to lock us out as members. We were supposed to be having a light touch task and finish, which got kicked into the long grass on the basis that, oh, well, there's a planning and infrastructure regulation and all that sort of stuff coming through. So we'd better put it off. Okay, that's fine. But issues like a councillor's right to respond, because new evidence can come along all the time. So you haven't always got the facts to respond within 28 days. In South Somerset, anything that was controversial came to a member with a report. So we had all the evidence in front of us to make the decision whether they go to committee or not. The other concern I have is just how many applications are being decided by chairs and vice chairs and under delegated powers. So far in Area South, 3 planning meetings have been cancelled. And I noticed in the local press that an application for Queen Camel, I think of some 30 houses, which would significantly increase the size of the village. The reserve matters once upon a time would have come to the planning committee for consideration, especially as there was concerns expressed. This is no longer happening. And I'm sorry it's good enough. It's not good enough. It seems as though, let's not forget who pays the wages here. Our residents, our taxpayers, pay our wages, and in turn, they expect us to deliver a good service. They expect officers to deliver a good service. And at the end of the day, it is officers that advise, councillors decide, and I feel that by constant cancellation of planning committee meetings, I didn't even know, by the way, until through the grapevine, that our development manager for area East and South has recently left. Who's replacing him? Is this a factor why these meetings haven't been happening? So I do feel we are sliding into a lack of democratic accountability. And if you want to keep people on side and confident with your planning proposals, I would suggest that the perfectly reasonable and sensible proposals that Councillor Rodrigo has put to you, that we attempted to put to you through a motion, those are not outrageous, they are not unreasonable, there is no additional cost. If there was, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't have even got as far as coming to full council, because the officers would have said no based on that pro forma. So those are perfectly reasonable. I do believe that members should be able to comment on applications at any time as they see fit. Parish council should be given at least 6 weeks to comment on. Ideally, please get them in sooner, but we will give you to 6 weeks, but possibly no more than that. When the information from applicants comes in slowly and the response from LFFAs and statutory consultees is coming even slower. It's frustrating. And I would also suggest that we reconvene, or at least those members of that task and finish, perhaps have a chance to come back to get together to discuss our next steps. The other questions I have as well, sorry, I'm going on. I
wonder if that point, the essential point you made there requires a response. You did have your hand up, Dawn, this time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did this time. So just on a couple of points raised, I don't know if it's possible to get the slide back up in terms of work on hand and the downward trajectory from the presentation that we've recently presented. Sorry. Okay. So if members can remember the very nice downward trend that we've done and the 20% reduction, that is notwithstanding the fact that we have the delays in the system with the LFA and ecology and highways. So the reason we're able to reduce work on hand is because we are making decisions on the quick stuff as quickly as possible. So that does mean that we are adhering to the deadlines and asking the parish council and the members to adhere to the deadlines. So the stuff we can get rid of, we are getting rid of, and that's all part of the recovery. So I understand the concerns that are being raised, but if you are then extending the time period to 6 weeks for everyone again, that downward trend isn't going to happen because the quick stuff won't be able to get out quick. In terms of members of members of the council commenting at any time, you can, but after the 21 days, you risk the possibility that if the officers can make a decision, they might have made a decision. So, you know, we don't sort of put down the barriers and say you absolutely can't contact us now that the consultation period's finished. But if it's a quick application we can get rid of quickly, that is what we will try to do. That is what the ambition that we're moving forward on that. In terms of meetings cancelled, actually, that may be viewed as a good thing. We had a heck of a lot of applications held up due to phosphates. Phosphate mitigation came along. Lots and lots of applications from 2020 onwards suddenly had a backlog and solutions, and they needed to go through to committee to get resolution to grant. A number of the applications, particularly for East and South, that went back to committee were refreshing because they had a committee resolution to grant, went through 106, then phosphate stopped it being issued. So it had to go back through to committee to get the revised phosphate solution sorted. We have got through those now as part of the prioritising decisions period, which is half the reason legal's got 292 live cases that are awaiting conclusion of the 106 process. So almost, I think at some point in committee, we were having double sessions for some of the members to try and get through those bigger applications. And in terms of the East and South area leads, that role is currently covered by agency. The agency we had in post finished and got replaced by another agency person the following week. So that post has been filled by someone called Troy Healy. I'm sorry if that information hasn't gone out, and it's just as a matter of coincidence that every committee that's happened since he's arrived has been cancelled. So I think he's getting his joyful first experience of committee coming shortly. I think that's about it.
Thank you. Sue, you've got more questions.
Yes, I have, and I'm sorry, Alison, but I'm sorry, not Alison, Dawn. Alison's sunning herself on the beach. Lucky Alison. I don't think that really satisfies me. I don't see why we can't have some flexibility for parish councils, because the time is there. And how do you define quick stuff? Getting out the window, and what's happening to the longer applications which are sitting around? When are they going to get resolved? But I've got questions about how all this fits And you've probably partly explained it, that you are putting forward a business case under transformation phase 2. The question then is, why the hell has it taken so long? And why isn't this something that was considered from day one, that we need to bring these systems together quickly? And we haven't done it. And we're now paying Newton potentially 20 million quid for the privilege. I'm sure we're not paying Modrum anywhere near as much. So my next question is, how is the work being done by Modrum fitting in with transformation phase 2, and also fitting in and its relationships with modern data and AI, which we've also had a presentation about, and is also going to be doing part of the transformation work? How is this all going to be fitting together? How are you going to avoid duplication? And how is the outcomes of this going to be recorded back, presented back to members? Because at the moment, I really do feel when it comes from officers to members, particularly on the planning matters, there's a bit of mushroom management going on.
Chris, Paul, thank you.
I'll start, if I may, and then hand over to Helen to do some of the specifics. In terms of the place-based system, I think it's fair to say that the planning service, even pre-vesting day, raised the issue of the need for a single planning system. I don't think anyone would suggest that officers have not thought that through. However, there is no financial allocation today, as it stands, still no financial allocation for a new place-based system. There's a business case that's going through. This will be a multi-million-pound system. This is not as simply picking one of those that exists already, and there will be a major data transfer process that sits alongside it. So the business case that is being worked up is to have an entire place-based system, as was described earlier. So that will cover planning. It will remove the 5 existing ICT systems. Remove the 6 current ICT systems in planning. It will incorporate land charges, building control, environmental health, licensing, food safety, all of those regulatory services and functions that we would define as place will go into this system if it is approved. It's been through the first stages of approval in the sense of we have approval to proceed with a business case. There is a cost to doing so, and we are working through that process, and we are using some of the transformation money to help build the business case. This is a massive thing. It's not a product you can simply buy off the shelf. So we're in that process as we speak. It's not Newton doing the work. So the transformation programme of the council is supported by Newton if we ask them for support on specific things. We've not asked Newton for support on this. We don't know that that's necessary. It may become necessary to have specific consultants, ICT consultants or data transfer consultants as part of the work. But we're not saying to Newton, here's £20 million, please give us a system. That piece of work they're doing is completely separate to an individual business case on a new place-based system. In terms of the data AI question, I think as we look at those new systems, we're looking at soft market testing, as has been said already. We will go to the market and say, these are the outcomes that we want. What are the systems that can allow us to achieve those outcomes, and how would they be implemented? And what availability do we have to use AI to streamline processes? So there's a systems piece and there's a process piece. And that process piece needs to incorporate modern data AI capabilities. So I don't think there is a duplication risk here, but there is a phasing process. So we're optimistic that council will support a new ICT system. As yet, they haven't been asked the question because as yet we haven't worked up the business case. But when it comes, it is going to be a large number, and therefore there'll be considerable due diligence taken. I appreciate she's got a hand up, but I know there are other parts to that question, which I'd like Helen to answer, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. All I was going to say is, when can we expect to see that business case coming? Because I would expect that to be coming to corporate and resources scrutiny. So what is the timeline on that? I have got another couple of questions, but I'm conscious that I may be accused of hogging the floor. So
you are actually hogging the floor, but with very sensible questions. So the only problem is I've got several other people on this one.
I'm going to leave those till the end. If
okay. Yes, I may do. Will Lucy or Helen want to pick up on that?
Thank you. Yes. Chris has covered a large part of what I was going to say. Mondrum have supported the service to get the business case to the Innovating Infrastructure Board, IAB, which we didn't have the resource to do in-house with the work that we're doing at the moment. So we're grateful for that. And I have to say that's been a huge amount of work so far because of the number of services that it is crossing. I left highways off the list and education. They're also part of our cohort to the party as well. So it's not a small thing. And if I can just come back on one of the points, just to reaffirm what Dawn was saying just now, the 21 and 28-day consultation is part of our constitution and it is set in legislation, some of it. So whilst there is flexibility, I think we just need to be mindful that pushing out to 42 days is probably not something that we can do here. But we have, as Dawn said, the ability now that we've come out of that period of time to be a little more flexible where time allows.
I'm going to move on to Councillor Matt Martin, who had a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our colleagues for the presentation, series of presentations. As always, most enlightening. I just wanted to comment, if I could, on a couple of things that Councillor Osborne picked up on, and Councillor Hendry actually, and that came up in the presentation. One of the things that I think is really quite important that we forget about very frequently is the cultural habits and changes that we're all going through as part of this greater transformation thing. But two of them that really stuck with me, as Councillor Hendry noted with his example, the idea of quick things being done quickly. I understand the rationale behind that. I'm sorry, I don't want to get too deep into planning, because I know this isn't a planning meeting, but the rationale of that is laudable, understandable, but there is the danger of us as a group being accused of picking the low-hanging fruit and getting rid of those quickly. Also, we have a pipeline of cases, and if we're constantly taking from the front, the ones that aren't getting done, the more tricky ones, are constantly being pushed back, and that comes into my second point as well. But there is the danger of the difficult things continually being pushed back in this environment where we've got finite resourcing, not just financially, but through staffing as well. We only have so many people and so many hours in the day. So to constantly push things back, we're in danger of losing things off the back of the mill there. And with regard to Councillor Hendry's point with enforcement, cases being determined as causing most harm being prioritised. Again, I understand that. I have a particular interest in planning and a particular interest in enforcement, because although we all know it's not a legislative requirement, it is something that is desirable across our patch. We all want this to happen. Most harm cases being prioritised. Most harm to who? Because most harm clearly is a subjective metric by which to judge these things. If we decide that most harm is, for instance, because it's in the middle of Bridgewater and it attracts the most ire, it has the most, it's the most obviously visible, is that the most harmful? I don't know. Again, it's a subjective thing, but we run the risk of, looking at the four major conurbations in Somerset where everything else gets left because it is perceived as having less harm, least harm. So the subjective idea is a problem, I believe, a question, I believe. So again, as with the first thing, there's the danger of the least harm continually being pushed back. We'll get to it when we can, after we've done with the most harm things. But then another big harm thing comes along and goes back again. So as a suggestion, I propose that there is a max time per case, that things can only be pushed back for so long. And then we say, right, we have to deal with the caravan in the middle of nowhere now. It may not be as great a harm as the one in the middle of Yeovil, but it's been knocking around for 7 months now. We need to get on with this one. So a max time per case to be put as a bookmarker, perhaps. So those are the two things regarding cultural habits and changes. Councillor Osborne's note excuse me, Councillor Osborne's note on the 30 properties that came up for reserve matters, which didn't make it to committee. I'm interested in that one. As it was 30 properties, it would clearly be as a major, so it would have to come up somewhere at some point. So somebody would have had to make a determination to say we're not going to take this to committee. So I'd be interested to know how that happened, if it happened, whatever. I don't know the case, so it's just something that I tripped across there in Councillor Osborne's comments. And the last one is you hear me talk about this a lot because it's my background. AI, don't do it. Just don't do it. Two things. Again, I'll say it again. I say it every time. AI doesn't work. It isn't AI. At our level, it isn't AI. It's pattern matching. Secondly, in 4 or 5 weeks, we're looking at a massive AI bubble because of internal circular investment. All the stuff that we're putting money into now is about to go up the Swanee. Don't put our money into it. Spend it on something else. Spend it on staff instead. Don't put your eggs in the AI basket. Somebody that knows about this stuff and has an interest in it. I knew about it 20 years ago. My stuff isn't relevant anymore now, but I can tell you that AI isn't all it's knocked up to be, certainly not from a co-pilot point of view. Co-pilot's a pretty shop window. So yeah, don't do it, please. And I've asked to be put onto scrutiny committees that do have AI oversight, just so I can cause more trouble with that. Thank you, Chair.
Did you scrutiny committee to be responsible for AI?
I didn't explicitly, but I just said I'd like to know which ones.
I'd ask you to withdraw it if you did, please. I think quite enough as it is. But point well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. An answer forthcoming on that. Was that Dawn again?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Interestingly, we're taking two different approaches. So with planning, we're trying to get the quick stuff done quick so that we can reduce the volume. If you reduce the volume, you've got more capacity to deal with what you've got. So that's the why we're taking that approach with DM. With enforcement, because of the scale of some of the sites we've got and the scale of some of the issues on some of the sites, we are almost taking the opposite approach in enforcement, in that we are prioritising the resource that we've got on the most complex cases, many of which are going through formal legal proceedings, which take a lot of resource. So we haven't been focusing on the smaller scale stuff. We are needing to look at how we triage and how we report back on the smaller scale stuff, because we're probably missing the opportunity of shutting down the really small scale stuff that we probably wouldn't be reviewing or actioning. And I think for us, it's a lesson on how to communicate that as quickly as possible and get that message back to the wider public, so that we can manage expectations in terms of what we will be reasonably acting on and what we can't. But in terms of prioritisation through the PDP period, we've been focusing on DM. The next area for focus is enforcement. So it's on the hit list for the improvement plan. We're just not quite there yet. We have got an agency principal for the team, taking ownership of the team overall, but we are still going through recruitment for that team because we've got a number of gaps that we are still struggling to resource, which is not helping with the increasing backlog. Beyond that, I think you were saying about how is harm most established. There is an adopted Somerset policy for enforcement, and so we are triaging cases and looking at harm in accordance with that policy. The other thing we're working on is a triage sheet so that we can actually score what the impact or harm is for individual cases. And then, you know, we've got a more robust way of sort of defining what the number is, what the level of harm is on the cases that we're reviewing. Lovely.
A quick one, Matt, to come back.
Thank you. Can I see the triage sheet? Is that allowed?
Yeah, I'm sure we can circulate that. Oh, the other thing I wanted to come back to ever so briefly was the comment about the major reserve matters application that didn't go to committee. It didn't go to committee because the case officer was working proactively with the parish, and the parish council ended up withdrawing their objection to the scheme. So it was delegated to officers because through engagement with the parish, they supported the application, which is why it didn't go to planning committee.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to you on that later on. Dave Mansell, please.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's been interesting. So, you know, what hearing. So, thanks for that. And it is a difficult area. I would like to quickly, can I say I agree with some of the points Sue was making, and perhaps the biggest one was about the procedures for referring items to committee. We've raised this previously, and I still think it's just a system set up to fail and really difficult. So just flag up. I do think that's an area. It's perhaps not actually the most relevant to what we've got here, but did wish to say that. It's sort of general things and discussion so far. Clearly, this IT system is really important, and I'm partly thinking, you know, what might be main messages from our committee, and clearly getting the new IT system is important. I'm sure we can all see that. I'm quite taken by the point Matt made on harm and time, because I've been seeing some of this as well with planning enforcement, and I do feel there is an issue here, because I think part of what Matt was saying, because we're triaging and prioritising, we're leaving problems, and these problems do matter to our residents, and they're pretty unhappy. And we're not getting good answers out to people on this. So I do think there's a problem in the system with that. We can't just prioritise, and the officers were more or less saying this at one time. I think they've started to learn. They were more or less saying, your problem doesn't matter. It's low priority. We've got more important things to do. And they were practically saying that to residents. Residents were then straight on the phone to their local councillors saying the officers are useless. I have to say, I think the officers are doing it better than they were, because at one time their messaging was really poor, and it was just all then coming into councillors. I am talking a little while back, but not that long ago. Okay, so it's good to hear about what's happened with the prioritisation. So, and I think I was starting to see signs of the system, you know, run into problems, getting people complaining about our application's not decided. It's really causing us problem and expense, and actually, two of the biggest ones got cleared just before the prioritisation method came. I'm a little bit conscious, though, that I know there's applications in the ward which have now been sitting there undecided for a year, if not years. You know, what's sort of left behind, and you sort of wonder what's happened to them. I mean, I'm adopting much the same approach as the officers. If no one's complaining about it, don't. But we have got one site which is half built and unoccupied, and I really do wonder what's going to go on about that. And that's amongst the cases that's literally now been left for a year, and I think it's waiting for legal to comment. Anyway, you know, it's again being mindful what's going on. I think my biggest comments are about planning enforcement, and we mentioned about harm already. I think that feels a really important part of it. The other part is a little bit sharing the same experience as Councillor Hendry, in that the enforcement, and possibly it's linked to the harm. I have found that the communication from enforcement officers has become poor. And I can't help but reflect, and I have said this, and I've learned something today, though. In the West area, we've had two officers all the way along since Taunton Deane, West Somerset joint officer team, all the way through. We've had two officers on enforcement. We even had three at one place because a big backlog started growing, and that's a whole other story. But we've got two, so we've got. It looks as though we've got the same capacity, and yet the service has just noticeably deteriorated. The officers, you know, used to keep on top of it, and they don't anymore. And it has been difficult to understand. I think maybe one bit of it, which I hadn't heard before, is they're working in other areas, which I hadn't realised, and you know, in a sense, feel disappointed. But I think the biggest thing is that as councillors, we get a lot of inquiries, and I have got a sense from the officers that they want everything reported online, and that's definitely a message we put out. Some residents won't do that. They come to their local councillors and say, we've got a problem. And we should be part of the system. But I've now got a sense that as far as enforcement's concerned, we're no longer part of the system. The officers don't want to communicate with the councillors. And for me, that's a problem. There's one case which I've got now going on for about 1.5 years, and I just do not understand what's going on. And I feel it's wasted a lot of time, a lot of my time, and a lot of officer time, because I can't get a clear understanding of what is going on at this site. And this site is an absolute mess. It's caused the most amazing problems. I'm sure it's a difficult landowner, but there's an issue there, and I just cannot get a response. I've escalated it up the tree, and nothing comes back. I would say one of the things, one of our messages should be for planning enforcement. The officers do need to understand that communicating with councillors is an important part of their job, because I'm afraid they've given me the impression that they don't think it is. And I do think that's wrong. We're a public service. So I hope that will be one of, for me, I hope that would be one of the lessons. And I think it was a certain amount reflecting the point that Alistair was raising too. Just finally, in terms of the motion that we put, if we're going with that, I mean, some of it clearly now has been dealt with, but I did think two of the items in the motion, the request to executive. One was measures to ensure decision quality, including site visits and appropriate use of planning conditions. I think that site visits is important, and concerned if everything's done on the computer. I just don't think that's possible in all cases. Really significant things will get missed, and using conditions correctly. And I'm wondering quite what's going on there. So that this feels like an important message for us to be sending on to executive, and not surprisingly then the last one as well, a plan to address the planning enforcement backlog and steps to fill the vacancies there, along with the other comments made.
Thank you. Lucy's looking like she might come back on this one.
Sorry. Planning enforcement is a really difficult nut to crack, and there are authorities through the country who are managing to do it. Getting enforcement officers is a well-reported problem. There was an RTPI report a couple of years ago saying there just wasn't enough trained, experienced enforcement officers. The market for enforcement officers on the agency, through agencies, is extremely lucrative and extremely mobile. So you do get enforcement officers coming and staying for a couple of months and moving on to the next lucrative opportunity. So getting the staff is hard. There is a way that you can do that by bringing in new people and recruiting for skills rather than recruiting for experience, and then having a quick training programme to get them up to speed. And that's something that I'll be exploring with the current service and the current team lead, enforcement officer. So you've got scant resources, you've got limited resources and what you can spend them on. And those need to be focused on the things that cause the most harm. And that doesn't usually include visibility as a scoring mechanism or a triaging mechanism. Putting that harmfulness scoring out there so that you've got access to it and everybody else has got access to it is really important. So you know what enforcement officers are going to be investigating and taking action on and what they're not. So there's also an expediency scoring. Are we going to, if we start to take action on this, there's no criminal act been committed until that planning contravention notice has not been complied with. At that point, you then need to follow that process to its logical conclusion, which might include direct action or court action. So looking at the expediency, is this something that we will pursue, is really important, as well as the harmfulness scoring. And absolutely we'll be working on something that you can all understand, your residents can understand, businesses can understand, councillors can understand. What really we need to talk about then is what is not going to be investigated by the council. So those things that are scored as low harm or low expediency. And that's where you really need to start thinking differently about how you take action on those cases. So we can explore community-based solutions for those through this project. I don't know what they would look like yet. Don't press me for specifics. You will have to be included in that conversation about what's possible. But what you don't want is for those things to not have anything be done about them. And most enforcement officers will ask the first question of a complainant, what has been done already? Who have you spoken to? What evidence have you gathered that this is happening, that this is causing a problem? And quite a lot of the time the answer is, well, I've come to you. I've noticed something and I've come straight to you. So it's about trying to have something in that first step of the process, if at all possible. And that's how you can focus what resources you do have on the things that really matter to the residents and the businesses in Somerset. So there are two elements of looking for more staff in unusual ways and directing the people that you've got at the things that really make a difference, and being included in that conversation about what really does make a difference is important too. So that's coming. It's not started, that work hasn't started yet, but it is coming very, very soon.
Clearly, we do need. Yeah, thank you very much. I come on to Councillor Filmer. Bob.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a couple of things. I mean, in terms of the planning motion, very much welcome this coming forward, because I think it's something we need to talk through. We've seen the figures that have been put up in front of us today. I must admit, I still am not fully aware of the effectiveness of this planning priority period. We've seen a 20% reduction. We've also heard there was a 56% reduction since 2023. We've been told that planning applications coming in are down. So what we don't know is cause and effect. So did the shutdown in the 12 weeks that we did, has that been the thing that's improved it, or was there other things happening anyway? Because it didn't just have an impact in terms of the actual applications going through, it's had an impact on the perception of the council, the perception of our planning teams, the goodwill that's out there with planning agents, planning applicants. All of that has been impacted by this 12 weeks. And what I want to see is, was it worth it for what's actually happened? And I think that's something we need to know. In terms of also what we've heard today, one of the whole points of Unitary was we had this wonderful vision that planning and highways and ecology were all going to come together in a wonderful new organisation. We'd all be talking to each other much more freely than we used to in the old two-tier, because it was the two-tier that was the problem. That was what was causing the backlog between highways and planning. And now we don't have that, but we still have the same problem. And one of the things that I think the motion doesn't mention, it probably couldn't, because you don't have to talk about money in motions that go to full council, I think sometimes. But what we need to know is what resources are being put in both to sorting out the planning section, but also those other departments that are the knock-on effects, the ones that have the impact, because it's a bit like the sort of, I think there's the pig and the python, that there's this lump in and it's moving down the system. And the problem is, if we can push it down in planning, but it then pops up in legal or it pops up in highways. So unless it's being looked at as a whole picture, we're not going to solve it. And I don't feel that we've heard yet how that whole picture is actually happening. Maybe that will come as the next stage. And we were told that we all need to be sort of positively engaging with this, and I think we all want to, because ultimately it's not about officers and members and the council and the public. We're supposed to be trying to sort this together, and I think sometimes there is a feeling, you've heard it from members today, that we're being kept a bit more at arm's length. I think we all want to know how we get involved with the scrutiny and the planning, and we've heard that we can all pick up the figures every quarter and we can see what's happening at strategic planning. Strategic planning performance reporting isn't working. We heard from Councillor Rodriguez that, I mean, we were all seeing the green lights until we were then told we're about to fall off a cliff. So something wasn't being reported that we needed to know about. And again, I don't feel at the moment we've got that detail as to what it is we need to know. And unless we know what we need to know, we can't deal with it. So I think that's something, again, we need to work with. We've had experience of this. We had 4 planning departments. We've all gone through ups and downs in the past. Okay, we have 5 planning departments. We have 4 planning districts, but we've been through these sort of ups and downs before, and we've looked at addressing them. There's a lot of expertise within the council, both in terms of officers and members, and I don't think that's always being used as well as it could be. And simply relying, as I say, on a quarterly report isn't good enough. I know from my own experience at Sedgwell, we had ongoing meetings on a monthly basis when we had problems with performance. We had weekly reports going between officers and members to keep us up to date so that we could see where there was a problem and hit it before it became a big problem. And that doesn't feel like that's happening at the moment. So this plan, I think, that's put before us is essential, that we have that planning service recovery plan. But within that, there needs to be some explanation from the executive as to where the resources are coming from to deal with it as well. Because we can make whatever plans we like, but unless we're going to put resources, both money and personnel, it's not going to happen. And we can just keep pointing fingers at different people to complain that they're not doing it. So I think hopefully that can help. The one final thing I was going to mention on there is there's mention of a good practice charter. I think that would be really useful. And I think that does need to show how we engage with our parish and town councils and city council. It also needs to show how we engage with our customers, the agents and the applicants, because I think in the new authority there isn't that sort of liaison that was going on in the past. That it shouldn't be us doing stuff to people. It's been said by other members. It's helping us work together. There's a lot of agents out there who have a lot of ideas that can feed in, and I know from previous experience, a previous authority said, well, did get information from agents and sometimes thought, yeah, actually, you've got a good idea, mate, that might work. There doesn't seem to be that engagement, and I'm certainly getting an awful lot of agents bending my ear at the moment about their loss of faith in what's happening in this authority at the moment. They want to work with us, but they're looking elsewhere at the moment because they think there are other authorities that might work better. So, as I say, I think it's positive that we've got this in front of us. I think it's great that we're engaging with it, but we do need as members to understand how we can help officers take that forward, because ultimately we're all in this together.
I say thank you, Bob. I think you've probably helped us towards a resolution as we move this debate on. So I'll come back to that. Any answer to any of those questions, Helen? Yeah.
Yeah, if I may just pick up on a couple of points. The performance statistics, we've heard what's been said to us, not just today, Bob, but previously, which is why we've worked with our performance reporting corporately to change those statistics, and they're now being reported to give you a better picture of health rather than green cliff, which is, I think, a fair analogy. That's why you've now got the different performance reporting that we put up today to show you that bigger picture. It was something that was flagged and we've responded to try and give you that. Apologies, the 5 versus 6 things, my little pet hate. And the agents forums, they have been re-established. They are working really well. We are listening. Mondrian's been working with us on that. We've had them in person and online because we're also listening to what the agents are saying to us about being in the room versus just the online thing. And I like the pig and the python analogy. It is something we're very aware of and we're working really hard. I'm hoping James is nodding as well because we're all part of the same conversation.
It is a systems thinking project, absolutely, 100%. Was the PDP worth it? Was the privatising decision period worth it? That was your first question. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was, because we were able to get those systematic process problems out there in the open. Yes, it was, because we've actually got management and officers now working together on solutions to those systematic process failures. And members, yeah, absolutely. You know, we're opening these conversations, and if nothing else at all had happened, if you hadn't reduced work in progress, if you hadn't got those systematic process problems out there, if all that had happened was that everybody, people in this room, people working in the service, had resolved together that we're going to experiment with new ways of working. We're going to pull ourselves out of this situation that we're in, which everything feels too out of control. And actually, we're going to get a grip and we're going to start changing things. If all that had happened was that, it still would have been worth it, because you're taking steps to this new culture and this new reputation for brilliance. You have to take a lot of steps along that line to get to that point. And just to be really frank, quite a lot of the officers are feeling they've been pushing a boulder up a hill for a long time. And then in your engaged independent expert partners view, you're right near the crest of that hill, and it is the most exhausting time, and we need to keep pushing. So if all that the prioritising decision period had done was make it clear that we can change things, we can experiment with quite dramatic new ways of working, and we can see, did they deliver what we were expecting or not? Were there unintended consequences or not? If all that had happened was that environment being created, it still would have been worth it. So yeah, it was worth it. And you've got better outcomes as well in terms of work in progress and productivity. So yeah.
Thank you very much. And Dawn?
Thank you. I was actually going to answer the was it worth it before Lucy jumped in, because it's dare I say it, probably really easy for the company that's delivering the improvement to say it's worth it. But from the planning service, I was going to say it's absolutely worth it. And in terms of temperature check of the staff doing the work and the service failure we were experiencing before the 12-week period was unsustainable. And, you know, we haven't lost anyone for I'm going to bite myself now, but we haven't lost anyone for a period of time, and things are stabilizing and people are starting to feel more comfortable and starting to feel supported, and things are starting to move in the right direction. And I think one of the, you know, historically planning has struggled with, you know, consultees and the external connections and things like that. They are in different service areas for the new authority, but notwithstanding that, this project has brought into stark reality what that situation is, what it looks like, and what needs to change. And it's got buy-in from all of the associated services. So we are having regular meetings cross services and saying, what's the problem? How do we fix it? What can we do to change? And we're having those discussions almost weekly and moving things forward. It's not yet at a stage where, you know, fundamentally everything's fixed and we did it all in 3 months, but things are starting to move in the right direction. So I know externally it cost us a lot to do it. And I know externally we've relied a lot on members, and thank you for your support in defending the officers for that period. And we have now opened things back up, and we are trying to manage carefully how we do that to make sure we don't bury ourselves the same way we were beforehand. But from an operational perspective, it was absolutely required and definitely worth it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve, you look like you, well, I got Henry next. He'll not forgive me if I don't go by the order on here, and then I'll come to you. And Sue, you look like you might want to come back. You've been writing, but I'm not, have some of your questions been answered? Well, may I'm really going to move on. I'm going to limit you to one question, so sort out whichever one is the most important to you. Okay, Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report. As you know, we called in the decision to close down the planning, and Mike Rigby attended on the last meeting. There are 2 questions that I asked him at the time, and he said he was going to come back to this meeting, and he ain't here. The first is the last review of salaries was 2014. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain I'm right. That's 11 years ago. The salaries in Dorset, Wiltshire, Bristol, Cornwall, Devon, Gloucester, and Bath, I believe, are all higher than they are in this county. Can you confirm if you know the facts due to that, and how we are going to increase the salaries for the planning officers here so we become more attractive to recruiting of the officers?
Yeah, great. And before you start, I think, James, you wanted to come back on something, and I forgot to ask you. Can I just let Chris go, and we'll come back to your point? I'm sure it's still relevant.
Yeah, so just in terms of pay and grading, so that any staff that to be transferred across from the previous district councils into the continuing authority, which was based around Somerset Council's pay and grading process, would have come on their protected terms and conditions. So what does that mean? That means that whatever the previous districts were paying is what we are currently paying. That's the rules that we have in place. As a post becomes vacant, we are required to establish a new job description, and that must go through job evaluation. And therefore, any posts that have had a vacancy, there will be a new planning officer role with a new job description and a new job evaluation based upon Somerset Council's terms and conditions. So as those 2P transfers disappear, as individuals leave, we have a new system for Somerset, and those job evaluations happen at the point of vacancy. Many of those vacancies were at the very beginning of vesting day, so job evaluations have been done since vesting day. We do recognise that they're not coming out at market rates, so job evaluation is a measure of the volume of the role. It is not a market factor process. So we know that that's been a stumbling block for us, and we, through the Chief Executive and the Section 151 officer, agreed to recruitment and retention allowances for roles top to bottom within the development service. So they have their salary as graded with a recruitment and retention allowance top up. And we do that top up on the basis of providing evidence of our neighbouring authorities' pay and grading. So we take job descriptions and the actual job roles from other authorities, and we say, this one isn't right and sufficient for us. We need a pay and grading review. That will come as part of the corporate entity in 18 months' time. In the meantime, we want to pay a recruitment and retention allowance of X pounds based upon this evidence, and that's what we've done. That's been rolled out. That's been in place since April. We're currently using that for all recruitment activity that's happening within the DM service, and we are seeing roles being recruited to. We are not still at full establishment. There are still vacancies, and some roles continue to be harder than others to fill, but we believe that we are now market fair. We're never going to be the top payer, but we are no longer the bottom payer, which was a considerable problem for us. So vast improvements are made. They are temporary in the sense that they're recruitment and retention allowances, but they're in place until we get to the pay and grading process, which is that corporate activity that's being planned and managed by the HR function.
Thank you very much. Okay. James, I'm sorry, I overlooked you. James Dival.
No, I'll be brief because I think to a certain extent we've moved on. I just wanted to reiterate actually the planning process, and actually this focused time, it has been spot on really with what we've needed, especially with the LOFA and the ecology services. I really want to sort of thank Lucy in particular, because she's actually been involved with the teams, helping to streamline the processes, try and get our response time better. And actually, it has enabled us to sort of look at recruitment and, you know, building on those teams. So for me, it has been a worthy exercise for us.
Thank you very much. Steve Ashton, finally.
A simple question for Lucy. You alluded to a new communication path between councillors and planners going forward. Could you put some more flesh on the bones? I faced 230 people on one planning application in my board last week, and I've got a whole raft of questions about it. Where should I send this?
Thank you. Thank you. For the PDP period, we were trying to encourage everything through one email address, because what we were getting before the PDP period is one email sent in copying in 5 people, and then it would be a race between that 5 people about who actually gets a response done first, how much time you waste drafting a response because someone beat you to it, and everything like that. So the reason for channeling everything through one point of contact was to try and reduce the multiple intakes and the wasted work time of sort of senior leadership and everyone responding to queries when they were copied to everyone. So if there is something that is a universal, could be picked up by anyone thing, the centre point of contact is a good point to stick to. Beyond that, we have now opened up the area email addresses again. So if you've got something for the North area, it's planningnorth@somerset.gov.uk. You know, if it's east, if it's south, if it's west, if you send it to the area email addresses, then it will get picked up through that. If it's something for everything, send it to the centralised address, because what happens then, it gets recorded on a centralised system, and any one of 5 people can pick it up from there. But it means ultimately one person is picking it up and processing it, rather than it landing with 5 individuals and 5 individuals potentially spending time dealing with it until they realise their colleagues already done it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to Sue, who's going to be really brief.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a question, but I'd also like to propose that we accept the proposed motion and the steps in there, because I think I think they would sort of take us to a better place in terms of what we're trying to do in terms of communication, good relations. So I'm happy to propose that motion, which Councillor Rodriguez is bringing forward. But I'd also like to propose as well that our task and finish group, which was for the light touch review, actually re-meets in the light of this work to consider any changes that we would have to make, particularly to the Constitution and to terms of reference and matters like that. And those are things which aren't necessarily dependent on government legislation. Because I think they would help relationships between councillors, parish councils and planning officers as well. My final question, though, is on leadership capacity, because you've sort of indicated on the slides about that because of the changes and the stresses and strains, there is a constraint on leadership capacity, which begs the question, has the Chief Planning Officer has she got sufficient capacity now within her team to develop the new positive culture that you're looking at with the cultural change? Will Newton be involved in that work, because cultural change was a major part of the tendering for that contract?
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, I'll pick that one up if I may. So planning is one of the functional areas across the council that has a head of service but doesn't report into a service director. So there are other examples: democratic services, governance, legal, property, housing, and planning. So those heads of service, where they sit within community, place and economy, report directly into me. And there is a leadership gap as a result of that organisational structure. So we have officers, myself and Duncan as the chief executive, have had various conversations with the leader and with the lead member for planning, and their request was that we establish an interim service director for planning for the next 12 months or for a 12-month period as we go through this significant change. So the PDP period was the first part of that change programme. There will be more coming. We know that the ICT software solution will be a big piece of work. We know that the planning and infrastructure bill will be a big piece of work. And we know that now that we've resolved, as well as we reasonably can, the pay issues, we now need to promote working for Somerset in a different way. Some of that is about cultural change, cultural shift, and how we market Somerset as a good place to work. So we do think there's a capacity gap there at the moment, and we are in the process of recruiting an interim service director for that purpose to help support that. They won't take on the chief planning role, so Alison stays in post. Alison remains the chief planner, but there will be a service director between her and I, structurally, to lead the direction of the planning service in amongst all of these key changes.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm moving to conclusions. You'll be grateful to know it was inevitable that this particular item was going to open a can of worms, and it was going to go on for a long time. So I make no apology for the fact we've discussed it fully. However, and thank you for the presentations, Helen and Lucy, and for the answers. I now have a couple of questions myself, and I'm trying to be constructive about this. Off the top of your head, do you know how many of our towns or communities have planning boards, planning committees that are led by a professionally qualified planner? Do you know? Okay, I don't either, but I know there's one in Frome. Have we got two, Dawn, in Frome? Two on there. We don't sit on the town council, so and they're very useful. And so I'm assuming that Taunton, Yeovil, Bridgewater, and possibly some of the other towns may have the same. And I wonder if we can make more use of this. And it may be impractical, so you have to tell me. And I do realise it would involve constitutional change. Could some of the smaller planning applications, a lot that I get through come through are things like tree polling, changes of windows, small extensions. Could they not go in the first instance to the local town planning committee and for them to have delegated authority to deal with those, with perhaps the proviso that if there's if there is an appeal, the appeal then goes up to the relevant planning committee in the area planning committee. Is that a possibility?
Well, I was just going to say, Lucy, who is genius of considering every potential variety of trying to reduce work on hand, has heard the suggestion. At the moment, it's not something we can do within the current constitution, so it's something that would have to change. If there were a way to delegate decisions down to the parish and town council, they would also need to make sure they're making robust decisions that they would then be defending at appeal. How that actually works in form, we'd have to take on a lot deeper and have a much greater look at. But we were looking at some community-led response to the enforcement issue that we've got. So it is something that we are interested in investigating further, but it's not something we can currently do in the current scheme of delegation.
If I may just to emphasise, I did say those places that were serviced by a qualified planning officer, who I mean even though I'm not a town council, I've found very useful, who should be able to advise correctly. And the caveat being that if there was a controversy, that planning issue would be handed up then to planning, in my case, Planning East, so that the parish or the town wouldn't be responsible for planning. And so that decision could be overrun, because some of these are just fairly standard, straightforward, uncontroversial decisions. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say we've heard the request. I think the issue here is one of whom is the responsible body making the decision, because what you can't do is have one body make the decision and then say, well, now it's got tricky, we're going to hand that off to someone else, because that's it's all become part of an appeal, because the appeal is against the decision that was made by the other body. So we've heard the request, we'll take it away and we'll have a think about it, but I don't think we're going to resolve it in the room.
I don't think you were going to resolve it in the room. It's a suggestion. Now I'm actually trying to be constructive, because I think you've sat there and taken quite a lot of implicit and otherwise criticism, but I'm very grateful. And as much as I'm try as hard as I can to be a thorn in the side of my own planning meetings to officers, I actually do appreciate the amount of work you're doing under great duress. So thank you very much for coming. Now, I don't know if I can put, Diego, would you like to respond? And if you wish to put forward a proposal, we've had one from Sue, which you might wish to base it on. As you've brought this, I think, do you mind me if I defer to Diego on this one? And Bob made a similar proposal. So if you'd like to summarise, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Just firstly, I think it's been a really good constructive conversation between officers and members. It's been good to see. Just a few points, a few comments that I've noted among the room. And I don't know how this works in terms of if you decide to go with a recommendation to ask the executive to approve. But some of the points that I've noticed and where perhaps I can tell you I think it would fit in with the motion. I think Councillor Mansell spoke about procedures in place to refer to committee. I think that's a recommendation that could be asked to consider as part of the ensuring decision quality part of the motion. There's someone also mentioned around consideration of the number of decisions taken by chairs and vice chairs, and the number of those that are potentially contrary to members' comments. Again, that could possibly be something that you recommend to be part of the performance monitoring part of this motion. Councillor Martin talked about doing the things which cause the most harm part of the backlog side of stuff. and proposing that maybe there should be a max time to deal with a case. Again, that could be something that could be considered as part of the addressing planning enforcement backlog part of the motion, an additional thing to recommend to consider. Someone referred to considering flexibility in parish council responses. Again, a recommendation to consider as part of measures to ensure decision quality. Councillor Mansell mentioned about members don't feel part of the system when it comes to enforcement. And again, this could be another recommendation to consider as part of perhaps a good practice charter that's considered, that the executive can consider. Councillor Filmer mentioned about considering what resources are being put into planning, but also other parts of the authority which impact the planning department in its decisions. Again, that could be a recommendation to consider as part of the overall recovery plan. And Councillor Hobhouse mentioned the salary reviews, and I recognise Officer Hall has mentioned that, but a recommendation to consider salaries as part of the wider recovery process and kind of having comparative kind of salaries with different authorities is something that we could ask to consider and for us as members to see as part of that recovery process. And I think also, Chair, I think that your idea is also a very good one to consider as part of the overall recovery plan in adding a recommendation to consider what delegated decisions can be put onto parish councils, but as part of this recovery plan, that being part of it. So just overall, I think there's additional things that have been raised. I know that officers would have heard the various points raised, and if this committee recommends to the executive or whatever it is to accept this motion with those additional comments that have been made by the committee, then I think that's a very positive step forward to getting that recovery plan, good performance measures, and a good practice charter that we can all get behind.
Right. Well, thank you. You've covered a lot of things that I might summarise. So I'm not going to repeat that. That's fine. I think to try and summarise the proposal, then, the committee welcomes the planning service recovery plan, but with the caveat that we need to know more about where there is the resources, and with the addition of several points as noted in the minutes, the points that you've just made, which we wish to present to the executive. Does that make sense to everybody? Let's have a vote on that. If you're happy to agree with that proposal, would you put your hand up? Do you want me to repeat it if I can? Yes. Yes, to incorporate them, we should have them down. And if there's anyone, I would ask you to perhaps liaise with Ayushi and just make sure that list goes. I don't think anybody's objected to that list, Sue.
No, I am certainly not objecting, but what I'd like to see in there is the timeline on proposals for reporting back to this committee on the outcomes and progress.
Yes, a timeline on reporting back. Who do we leave that with, Jamie? Okay, as required by the Constitution to report back. Thank you very much, Dave. Chris.
Can I just make sure we're talking about the same thing? Because you're talking about reporting back to this committee. I think Councillor Mansell's were talking about there is a constitutional process that takes recommendations from this committee onwards to exec. And I'm not sure, Jamie might need to clarify whether this, because it came as a deferral from full council, I think it's going back to full council, not to exec.
Do we need, therefore, to bring it back to this committee? Go straight to full council then? Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah.
So it doesn't slide into the past.
Well, I imagine this constitutional.
That would, the intention would be that would go to the next full council meeting, which is on the 17th of December.
Pick Dave.
Sorry, I'm not wishing to be awkward, but the motion was, which has been referred to as, the motion was for the executive to consider the following actions. So I'm just sort of wondering.
That was me, I think, wasn't it? I made the mistake.
So I tend to feel it would be better to go to executive because something can happen with it then. Whereas if it goes to full council, it is just delay.
But we can't, Chair, because it is a motion from council to scrutiny.
I think that's the answer. Good question, but there we are. So we support the planning service recovery plan as agreed. We'd like detail. We'd like to hear detail, perhaps from full council as to how this is going to be resourced, how some of the changes are going to be resourced, and we would like to add the list of recommendations that have been made around the table and will be noted and verified with Councillor Rodriguez through Ayushi, I imagine, which I think I don't think there was any objection to. Sorry to be a bit woolly about that, but that's as much of a proposal I can draw from those considerable that debate. Can we go to a vote, please? Do we agree as a committee on that? Yeah, that's everyone. Thank you very much. This meeting is not going to finish at 1, obviously, and I think the room is free. Yeah, it's what? After all, and we've got major things to come. I'm going to suggest we break for 10 minutes now. If you have to go because you're in another meeting, whatever, I appreciate that, but the room is free. I don't expect we'll be away before 2, frankly. Thank you. It's a confidential item, so please ask the clerk to stop recording and make sure no members of the public are present. Is that still relevant? It obviously is.
Are you intending to go? Do we need to go into confidential from the start?
I was just going to check. Are you going into the detail of the report or showcasing it? No.
No, I think the report's been circulated.
Yeah.
Being confidential, but we can discuss
elements of it.
The kind of outcomes of generic without being confidential. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when are we going to camera, off camera, or whatever they call it?
I'm comfortable with it. We're keeping on camera. Yeah, we're not going into not showcasing the detail of the report on screen, so we could have that open conversation.
If there's any moment you feel we need to stop before anything is said and then go off then. But otherwise, I think it's great that it's as public as it can be.
Thank you, Chair.
And we've got Mark Fortune here as well. So carbon baseline report.
I'll try to be brief. I'm really pleased that we're bringing this to committee today. There's been a lot of challenges with collecting the data, and no doubt that's something we'll discuss, but there's some real opportunities moving forward, especially linking to things that Councillor Mansell has mentioned with the energy investment plan and the service plans moving forward. Before I hand over, really just want to highlight actually how much Mark has done. In particular with this, there's a huge amount of work to try and get this first baseline assessment together, working with many different services across the council, and also to highlight actually WSP support with this as well. So we've had some commission support to be able to get this report to us.
I'd also like to add, thank you, Mark, because this was, I think, accidentally placed down at for this meeting, and in fact was intended for December, but I'm afraid I made sure it came forward because we were concerned about losing it item agenda. So Mark was pushed on this. So thank you very much, Mark.
Just to highlight, we have got Andrew from WSP online. So if there's anything that we need to refer to with regards to reports, we have got some support. Gareth, is it? Not Andrew. No, it's Gareth. Sorry. Andrew. And then I'll hand over to Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, James. So yeah, I'm just going to kind of give you a bit of a background to how we've got to the report, and then kind of open up the floor for questions because you know the detail was in the report. So as you know, back in 2019, all the 5 councils declared their climate emergencies and agreed that they would work on a climate strategy, which was developed and delivered and adopted in November 2020. Within that, obviously, it set the targets around carbon neutrality for Somerset, an area-wide target for 2030, but also set the ambition of the council being carbon neutral by 2030 as well. Since then, there have been a few attempts at pulling this report together. Before we became one council, there was a lot of work done by the districts and the county council to pull together some data. And there was an underlying kind of report pulled together by a company called CGI. And the reason I'm referencing that is we've actually ended up using some of that data in this report. And obviously, after we merged into Somerset Council, there was an agreement that we would set the baseline for the vesting year of 23-24. That has obviously taken quite a long period of time to actually start gathering the data. And as James has highlighted, some of the issues around collecting data from 5 former authorities, where a lot of the officers, members of staff have actually left, the format the data was in, and a lot of the reporting, the systems reporting was very challenging. So it has taken an awful lot of time and effort to try and track down the relevant data. Where we have got gaps in data, we've used proxies, or we've used kind of recognised carbon metrics, or we've used some of the data from the previous year's report gathering exercise. So we've tried to make the report as detailed and as accurate as possible, but we kind of get to a point where you need to kind of draw a line in the sand to have a benchmark to move forward from. Within the report, obviously, we are including scopes 1, 2, and 3. That is in itself quite challenging. Obviously, the scopes are defined within the report, and the reports back starts on page 33. There's a definition of the different scopes, but basically, scope 1 is the direct emissions that arise from things like our fleet and using gas boilers, etc. And scope 2 is the indirect emissions that arise from using electricity, solely kind of like the purchased electricity we use in our assets and estate. And then the scope 3, there's about 15 different categories, but it's primarily made up of the things we purchase within our supply chain, through delivering our services, business travel, staff commuting, etc. So again, within that, there are a load of kind of descriptors of how we've applied that data within the report. The overall carbon baseline then comes out to be 231,000 tonnes of carbon per annum, of which scope 1 and 2 is about 9,500 tonnes, about 4%. The majority sits within scope 3, as we'd expect, but that is a significant amount of carbon. 96% of the carbon emissions arising from scope 3. As I've talked about within the kind of introduction, that the issues around the data quality, where we have been able to kind of improve the data quality we have, where we've had gaps in data metering, etc. We've had to use kind of proxies or averages to get to the data. And then within scope 3, there's also something we include all the housing stock. And that's based on EPC data. So again, there was some kind of caveats around how we've applied that data to this report. The other kind of what we've also looked at within the report is we did try to benchmark where we sat with neighbouring authorities. So we looked at Dorset, Wiltshire and Cornwall as other unitaries. And what we've come back with is they all measure things differently. They've all included different things within their baseline. And some of them are only kind of really recognising scope 1 and 2 and not necessarily including scope 3. But at the outset, within the climate strategy, it was agreed that we would include all of the scopes as part of our net zero target. And I guess that's why when compared to people like particularly Dorset, which I think is about 16,000 tonnes per annum, there's a significant difference, and it's what they've picked from the scope 3 emissions to include and what they haven't. So that's probably, I mean, like I said, the detail of the actual outcomes are in the reports and kind of open to questions.
Henry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for this report, Mark. As I told you in the toilet, you signed it 26 as opposed to 25.
Apologies. Yeah, that's probably wishful thinking.
Problem. I would like to propose that we recommend to the executive that they accept this report, but accept that the data, and Mark's worked very hard, is aged, if not flawed, and that the questions that people are likely to ask are not going to be enormously relevant until we have up-to-date data. Good, the officers are nodding. I would like to propose that we, how long, James, is it going to take to get the up-to-date data to follow this?
That's a question. There's a lot of things to really find out from other service areas. If you think about the telemetry work streams at the moment within Fleet, I know that they're trying to move that forward. There's still the metering of our estate as well. I can't give you a defined date at this moment.
About date, 6 months?
I think realistically it's going to take us 12 months to actually engage with some of those other services to get that we're after that data dashboard really to make sure that we've got the appropriate data to be working to. That does mean working very closely and trying to prioritize this work stream within their already busy work streams as well. So we would like to think over the next 12 months we've got a better handle of the data.
So we come to Mark's original date on his signature.
Could I just follow on from that as well, James? I mean, as part of the process of data collection, and as we said, we were looking historically back at data that was in 5 former authorities. We know that the data quality has improved. For example, about 90% of our buildings are now onto one metering system, which before there were 5 metering systems and some of it was still being done manually. There was data missing. So there is definitely a quality of improvement in quality of data. Whether that reduces the carbon footprint, it probably doesn't. It probably increases it, because I think along the way we've discovered stuff that was potentially not included in the first report, in this report. And that's the ambition is that we would then look to publish the carbon footprint annually going forward from this point. And as James said, we just need to quantify where that data is, and we'll be working over that next 6 months on that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, if we could note this report, go to executive, give the team the time to produce an accurate report. The second proposal I would like to make is that I think 2030 has been blown out the wind, because it started in 2019 when we put that date. We're now 6 years down from that particular point. And I would suggest that possibly the earliest you're going to be able to go carbon neutral is at the earliest 2035. What does your team think, James? Are you talking 2040, 2045?
Again, I've been given a directive from my executive of 2030, so that's the date that we're working towards. Obviously, if we're benchmarking other local authorities, there has been some changes more recently. I know Cornwall are discussing a new date at the moment. Dorset have changed their date, and there's a number of other examples up and down the country. Again, in terms of what the date is not necessarily my decision to set that date. That would be the executive, but happy to work to whichever one I'm set.
Thanks. Yeah, personally, I might disagree with Henry on this. I know he's probably talking about realism. I think ambitious dates are actually quite helpful, because if you put it back to 2035, it's going to end up at 2040 anyway. And so, let's stick with it. I think Dave wanted to come in. By the way, sorry, I'll take your proposal, Henry, but we'll give people a chance to comment.
I've got a little bit to say. I'll try to rattle through, including relevant to the discussion just had. Firstly, well done. I mean, you can see, I think we can barely appreciate how much must be behind this. We've got headlines, but when you start thinking about it, you realise how deep it has to go into the council and so on. So well done. It is actually, when clear that a big effort's gone on here, and I do think it's worth doing. To manage things, you do need to measure them. If you don't do so, you can go down all sorts of cul-de-sacs and not do the things that are important. So it is. I do think it is a necessary step. A few points. The first one, which I will just mention, possibly it's not a direction you're heading, but it is hinted at in the report, so I do wish to cover it. There's there's a distinction made between carbon neutrality and net zero, and sort of said that they, you know, some use them interchangeable, but actually gives a definition of how they're viewed now. I did just wish to say in that, and I have to say there's few members actually who were around when we were declaring climate emergencies. There's some, but there's not many of us who are actually involved at that time. When I look around the room, there are some, but I was one of them. And in the motions we put, I think all of us use carbon neutrality as the first thing. And I think net zero was really a concept which came just a little bit afterwards, not long, but that, you know, was followed. It wasn't the popular term that it is now. And why I wish to draw that, because there's a distinction made saying that carbon neutrality is about offsetting. And I have to tell you, that was not in our minds at all. In fact, we had big debates about that. We don't want to go all down offsetting. That's not the thing to do. So I'm a little bit concerned that, you know, with the passage of time and people interpreting what they think we meant 6 years ago now, that we're after that. I mean, I think it is partly a semantic question, but and really the important point now in more modern circumstances and in a net zero world is, I would be concerned to see us, and these were exactly points I've made about 6 years ago, that we don't spend lots of money on offsetting. It's perhaps even more truer now, you know, our financial situation precarious, different were the words for it as well. We've not got spare money floating about. And the biggest thing we've got to do is stop our emissions and stop burning fossil fuels, and paying somebody else to compensate for what we're doing wrong, if you look at it that way, I just feel we need to use what money we've got to do the right thing and to stop our emissions, stop burning fossil fuels, not pay someone else to do something, and especially when those offsettings raise so many issues and so many difficulties. So I really don't want to see loads of money going to somebody else and I would like us to address our problems, sort our problems out, and that's where our investment should go. So it's a word of caution about how carbon neutrality and the offsetting that starts to get mentioned in there. That said, there can be a small place for offsetting, you know, but I think it's more at the margins where you really can't deal with it. You know, it's not the first thing. It's a step way down.
Dave, could I interrupt? I think that's a very important point there. I wonder if we could get a direct answer on it.
If I'm honest, offsetting strategy is something that I've been looking at of how other councils has been doing something, and if I'm honest, it's one of those options. In the future, I was going to bring back to scrutiny as a, you know, for us to meet a 2030 ambitious target, offsetting might have to be onto the table. That would be for a scrutiny and executive to decide yes or no, like Councillor Mansell has said. I think there are unique ways of doing it. Cornwall have got an offsetting strategy and have looked at a creative way to do it right, you know, for Cornwall. For me, it would be about actually how could we do an offsetting strategy which is right for Somerset, and that might be a future discussion that we might want to look at in the forward plan. The only reason I had it as a potential on the table is obviously because of targets and being able to meet those ambitious targets.
Mark.
Sorry, just to add to that as well, you're right, Dave. The actual the climate strategy sets a carbon neutrality target, but then further on in that document, it talks about how we want to avoid offsetting, because at that point in time, like you said, there wasn't as much of a distinction between net zero and carbon neutrality. And I think as officers, we are very much thinking that we are looking at net zero, trying to reduce our emissions, rather than thinking that we're going to offset, kind of buy our way out. There is, like James has mentioned, there is undoubtedly going to be some element of emissions that's going to be very expensive to mitigate. So at that point, you would ideally look at insetting, really, wouldn't you? You'd be looking at creating those credits in-house, which I think is something that would come forward in a future report. But I think that you're absolutely right that the target is to to cut the emissions from our vehicle fleet, from our buildings, etc., through those mitigating measures, rather than thinking we'll just buy credits.
That's great. Thank you, David.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And yeah, just possibly, maybe, I think I know what you mean by insetting. So doing something else internally to compensate. Yeah, it could make sense. Willing to look at it as part of the path, part of the journey to where we want to go. Okay. I'm pleased you've included scope 3. I think that's important, and perhaps even more important when you start seeing, as you've referred to, in fact, that's where most of our emissions are. And it's our contractors. So it is still pretty direct because, you know, we specify the services and the like. So I think it's absolutely right that we take responsibility for it and identify it. So I'm pleased. It's good you've identified scope 3. I wish to pick one out. I mean, we've got the emission hotspots, and it's partly to make a point, but which are identified. But if I've got it right, and I think I have, so scope 3 in reality is actually nearly all of our emissions. We've got a little bit of other stuff, but it's nearly all. And then within that, 70% is goods and services, as it's put. And then within that, and it looks like the biggest single source is waste services, because they're 50% of that 70%. You're nodding, so I think, have I got that right, or do you want to comment?
So the scope 3 emissions have been calculated from spend data. So we have looked at different other methods of trying to calculate scope 3, but for this report, we've used spend code data that came from our finance teams for that year, and that relates to, and so they use codes depending on the type of spend. So where there's waste contract spend, that is a certain code, and that will be part of that element. Is there's a significant amount of money spent on waste services, which is why that carbon footprint of that service delivery is as high.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. It's no secret I used to be in waste services. And while I was there, we continued to do our carbon audit all the way through. The county council had stopped doing it, but we'd started, and certainly while I was still there, we kept it going. And actually 2 of the officers involved in doing that are still within the council, perhaps slightly different roles, but I'm sure nevertheless, you know, that work did probably stop at some point. I don't know when, but it was kept going for quite a while. So I actually thought that probably it was still feeding in again now. So, but I take from your answer, clearly not. Well, one of the things it will show, and again, there is a point to this, and it will get to a bigger point. But when we did those audits in the past, there was several things. There's probably 2 really big things to notice. One was how much benefit was achieved by, and probably the biggest thing overall that was achieved was by moving the waste away from landfill, and it applies to incineration exactly the same. Those landfill and incineration are big carbon emitters. So moving it instead, reducing it, recycling it, you made massive savings. And actually, it is pretty massive savings. You know, other things start dwarfing when you look at that big picture stuff. Recycling has energy savings. It's better to make from a product, you know, that was partly processed before than go right back to bauxite ore or whatever, and all the energy needed for that. So there's big savings there by what we're achieving through the waste services, by diverting it away from the bad things to good things. So that's a very big positive, which we should never lose sight of. But in terms of carbon emissions of the operations, by far the biggest things was all the vehicles going out, especially the refuse vehicles. They're big, heavy vehicles, just do a few miles per gallon. So they really eat the fuel up, burn an awful lot of fossil fuels. So they are big carbon emissions. Now, if we're measuring, and this is now me starting to get to the point, if we're measuring all this, which is important, the whole purpose though is not to measure, the whole purpose is to manage. is to move to the actions. And if I have got disappointment, I mean, maybe the quality of the data is absolutely important, and Henry makes very valid points, in which you well also accept and understand too. But the whole point of this is to move to management and action plans and what follows from that. And that's where, you know, I really want to see that next step. And really, actually, I would like that next step much better flagged up in this report. It's flagged up a little bit, but really a little bit. And that's really where I wish to see things further. And just as an example, identifying those vehicles, which I suspect, even with the method you've got, are still, well, they should be, you know, behind the source. We need to have a plan to change those vehicles. I really believe, if you look at it, we're not, the world's not there yet. It needs to go further, but those vehicles will need to become electric. Some people suggest other things. I think there's lots of signs those other things are false solutions. The way the industry is going is electric, even for these big vehicles. And in some areas, they're being used already. The trouble in Somerset, we're a rural area and you've got quite a range you need to cover, and maybe the vehicles aren't quite, especially for the refuse, quite there yet. But so that, you know, I would like to see those things being identified and it being thought about. What are we going to do? Can we contribute to the market being developed? I mean, really, we want the government to give it a good kickstart, as they started to do with buses. Maybe local authorities can get together and, you know, and have joint purchasing. So start creating some economies of scale so the market can start delivering. You know, start thinking about these things. Where are the solutions? How do we get to the solutions? And really, that is the whole point of what this work should be about. That being one example. In the restricted report, there is a table which does a bit of that for the whole of Somerset, which some of it's good, some of it looks really weak to me. So I hope we can find a way to look at that, and it may need more thought. And I do wonder, I will tell you a thought I've got, I won't propose it now, but I will give it more thought, is maybe a working group actually looking at some of these areas. So, you know, there's member involvement in what we're coming to, which may be helpful for you as officers. So anyway, that's probably a thought for another day, but it's definitely where we need to get to.
Dave, I think
can I finish on 2030?
You can, yes. Yeah. I'm just saying that these are very these are points that they need to bear in mind.
And partly prompted by the discussion just had on 2030, I've been mentioning this for a little while. When you start looking at what you need to do, and I don't think we can take assets out before they reach their end of the life. We can't afford to do it, and it's probably not sensible. So when you start buying some assets, they last 10 years or longer. And we've been doing that for a while now. And I'm afraid that's why 2030 became impossible a little while ago. You know, we're just deluding ourselves. It's not setting an ambitious target because it's setting an unachievable target. And the officers know that. And we see it continually in the officer reports, because they sometimes jump between 2030 and the national 2050 targets. And we're just causing problems for the officers by not sending a really clear signal about what we want and can be realistically achieved. So certainly I would like to see us doing it as soon as possible, but you know, the 2030 has gone, you know, quite what we replace it with. I think probably the most important thing is we progress down the pathways as quickly as we can, and we have some realism in them as well. So probably most of all, that's what I wish to see. I'm willing to contribute to a debate over dates, and really for the world's sake and all the population that lives on the world, we should be making every effort to get there absolutely by 2050 and as soon as possible before, because we're really screwing the world up by not doing so, and we're not paying due attention to this issue because it's a difficult one. But we all do what we can, and and that's what I would like to see us do. And I think working out those action plans and pathways is the most important thing, and I'm really keen that we get onto that.
James.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Marcel. So just a couple of points in there. In terms of the waste services, Mark's been working really hard with the waste services team to look at roadmaps around actually the direction of travel in terms of our future waste strategy. So that's something that, again, Mark can sort of talk on. In terms of fleet and those replacements, yes, we're not the lead service in this particular area. Our area is about influencing and collaboration. But again, in terms of the fleet decarbonisation and replacement strategy, that's something that we're really keen to be working heavily hand in hand with, the fleet team, waste teams, in terms of what is the strategy for long-term replacement, where are we in terms of telemetry, and the data, as you've said, is there to guide us. It's about making informed decision making. So that's what we're trying to do across the board in all of the services, is to have clearer and better data for us as officers to make decisions, but also to inform our councillors like yourselves in committees like this. In terms of, I was going to say sort of 2030, there are going to be those challenges where we understand that there are challenges. That part of the problem we have is you're looking at 50% of the service team here. So it is about prioritising, the works within other services work streams. That's what I think Mark is really good at trying to do, is forming those relationships. He's got lots of great examples of working with blue light services already. So even outside of the immediate Somerset Council, in terms of evidence in what we're doing, actually, we've got the vision document coming forward in November, I think, for scrutiny. December, sorry. It's come to scrutiny already. What we're trying to do is to highlight the storytelling of our journey, where we've been over the last year, how it sits with the climate strategy and its relevance in terms of what is the utopia vision that we want in terms of tackling our climate and ecological emergency, and then how it sits with the various different strategies and policies like the energy investment plan, the local nature recovery strategy, our resilience adaptation strategies, etc., etc. And then, ultimately, so what we're going to do about it is where we go to in our service plans. And Mark has got an active service plan already. We have got track changes, and in terms of our RAG charting of what we're doing at the moment, who is the lead service? Because again, it can't be just Mark and Cara. Actually, it's about who we're working with to try and address those areas. But there are gaps, obviously, because there's only so much capacity that we can drive forward on this. So we're happy to sort of share those as part of that update report with the vision document. What is the progression to date? What we've done with the energy investment plan? We could tie that in there, as well as what are some of those service actions that we're delivering on right now. Happy to do that, and happy to be transparent. I'll pass to Mark because no doubt he's got some comments too.
Thanks, Mark.
I just was going to come back on the transport decarbonisation. There is, within our highway contracts, there is a which were let a year or so ago. They've been set at 25% carbon reduction target in the lifetime of their contracts. So we've started to look at how we can, to tackle those Scope 3 emissions that are being generated by the goods and services we buy, to actually see how they can cut the emissions that they create delivering our services. And there's an offshoot of that. There's a group that's come together, which includes blue light services, haulage companies, around Somerset and the Southwest, looking at how you transition heavy fleet, the kind of over 3.5 ton vehicles. So there's a company called MH Tech who've done a piece of work for Kia, one of our highways contractors, who is now doing a whole load of mapping work to identify opportunities for future fueling, basically, because the infrastructure costs are a big barrier to people transitioning. That's not just us as the council. We obviously have our own fleet, but actually lots of the ambulance service of the police have got about 1,000 vehicles that need to transition. So everyone is looking at it going, how do we afford not only the vehicles, but the infrastructure and where does that infrastructure sit? So that kind of project has kind of come together to look at opportunities, but it is focused at the moment quite a lot on heavy fleet, and so we're considering biogas, and hydrogen is kind of somewhere on that line, but further down the line, and electric. So and obviously First Bus in Taunton have got a depot of electric vehicle chargers, which is open to other people to use with heavy vehicles, and so they're part of that group. So we're kind of picking up that learning as well, with the ambition to try and speed up not only the internal carbon target, the council, but we have also got a wider area-wide target, and that obviously is impacted by transportation quite heavily. Transport's a big factor in the emissions of Somerset. So looking at how we can tackle that collectively to avoid cost as well is part of that working group. So yeah, happy to kind of talk about that offline with you, Dave, as well.
Can I move on? Then I think it's Councillor Sue Osborne, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an interesting report, and it does demonstrate the considerable challenges towards meeting carbon neutrality, net zero, whatever you want to call it, by 2030. I think if you follow the pathway, you would do it by 2045, and it may be longer term, a cheaper way of doing it. 2 or 3 questions from me on this. The report acknowledges that there are, as you do, that there are significant data gaps, reliability on estimates, which may or may not be accurate, and that's especially for scope 3 emissions, which account for altogether 90%, 96% of the emissions in the table. What specific steps and timelines are going to be put in place to make sure that the data we use in future is actually accurate, because that's actually quite important for budgetary implications? And how's the council going to verify its progress towards its net zero target? And also, as well, in terms of governance and oversight, which officer or committee is actually going to be held directly accountable for overseeing the delivery of this project against the carbon reduction pathway, and how is progress going to be reported publicly to ensure that we've got not just transparency but also effective cross-party scrutiny as well? That's my first question, by the way.
Go to that one.
Yeah, I'll try and answer those ones. I was going to just mention about data, as a first response. It is something that we're actually diving into the report now already, especially around goods and services. There's a lot in there, and it's understanding how we can better collate that information. If there's systems and software that we could utilize, with some of our contracts. It's different options at the moment that we're just trying to explore. There isn't necessarily a defined timeline on that at this moment. What we're just trying to understand is what are the options in front of us in terms of being able to get a better fix of that data. In terms of governance, was the question in terms of keeping us on track. I would see, obviously, the executive is the committee which has set me the directive, but everything which is obviously going to executive is scrutinised by this committee. So everything in terms of our progression on our service plans to policies that we're creating to go on that pathway, I would see is governed by both scrutiny and the executive. That's my understanding and my thoughts in terms of the officer leading on this one. Others might have a different view.
Okay. And my second question is on something called emission hotspots, and purchased goods and services, which we procure regularly, account for 70% of all the reported emissions. So what changes do you envisage making to the procurement policies that we have? Because I was actually surprised to see that we haven't bought any green renewable electricity, because I'm sure we did quite a bit of work. Well, we did do some work in South Somerset on actually looking at green electricity contracts, amongst other things. We did a very brief scrutiny on that. So there will be a report somewhere on that, which may be helpful. So that surprised me. But what changes are going to be made to contract management and procurement processes to reduce emissions? What role are we expecting suppliers to play? Bearing in mind that we have been using social value in contracts since I think it was 2013, it came in as a statutory requirement. That's my second question.
Yeah, I can pass to Mark because I know he's going to add some points into that one, especially around data and procurement. That's all part of that same conversation and understanding. We know that we need to speak to our legal services as well about what we could do and can't do. So it's really a lot of internal options at this moment in time. There are software systems, for instance, that we could work with our suppliers on to actually capture the data in the create format. It's understanding what we can and can't do when it comes to our procurement framework. So I can say that there's early conversations going on at this moment in time. We are having conversations, obviously, with our executive into how we can create better transparency around our data. In terms of the green tariff as well, that is something that we've had conversations with our executive about. There is a real desire and ambition to move towards that green tariff. And I know that more recently a growth bid has gone in where Mark has supported the energy service to actually put a growth bid onto for next year. So obviously, again, that's all going through the process at the moment, isn't it? The number of budget growth bids, that will be a decision which will come out later. But I know that there is that ambition and support from our executive there. It's just obviously going through the financial processes.
And I have a question as well on financial implications and delivery risks as well. So what assessment have we made of the financial and reputational risks, particularly if we wind up relying on carbon offsets? And as the report points out, that could be costing anything up to 100 million plus. Which has serious implications for budgets, bearing in mind the budget gap for 27-28. So what alternative investment plans are we looking at, are we thinking of, so we can actually develop decarbonisation that's workable within Somerset, and also perhaps, as we've discussed and alluded to earlier, using our own assets to perhaps provide some of that offsetting. And how does it integrate within financial planning? How is all this going to be captured and integrated into the medium-term financial plan and capital programme decisions? Are all projects, major projects especially, going to have a quantified carbon assessment before they're approved? Because I think we have to be mindful, and I am still going to say it's a financial emergency until I'm told not to, because there does seem to be a conflict between what you're trying to do here, the fact that we have a significant budget hole to fill, and also what would be the implications if we cannot fill that budget hole and wind up in a 114 situation. What are the implications going to be for this work going forward?
Feel that one, Lucy?
There's a lot in that one. I tried to. In terms of carbon assessments, we tried to be involved. Obviously, you're looking at 50% of the team to be able to do that. In terms of strategic oversight, I think in terms of budget management, there's some work to be done, and it's not there at this moment in time. However, there is influence in terms of project and programme business plans, where I know Mark, for instance, is involved in the highways projects. There is work that I've spoken to in terms of fleet in the past and others. So it's not where we want it to be. I think at the moment we've just been trying to get our ducks in a line in terms of what is our data, what's our direction of travel, what's the vision, what's the strategy, and what are the policies that we're going to follow in terms of the how are we moving towards that and what are we going to do about it. That's still the challenge that we've got ahead of us. So there's a lot to do on the list, is the honest answer.
Yeah, but I'm also interested to know where this programme would be left in the event that we do wind up in a 114 situation. I don't think we can sort of totally disregard that, because, as you say, we're talking to government about exceptional financial support. Did I pick that up earlier? for the 26-27 financial year. And we've only just started the diagnostic work on transformation. So where would it leave this programme? Would we still be able to do some of this work, or would it have to be put in suspension? Because there's going to be budgetary implications whether you like it or not. As you say, you're having to put in a growth bid to do green electricity, and it's likely when you start talking to suppliers that we will see the contract offers coming through that will be much higher. So there is going to be cost implications all round. And at the end of the day, are our ratepayers willing to pay for this through increased council tax?
I think some of that, I don't know. You answer.
I was going to say a lot of that isn't for me necessary to make those answers. That's that would be obviously my executive and the leadership above me. So that's probably a question for another committee. I carry on and do the job that I've been told to do until I'm told otherwise, and that's what the team. I've got a team of not just people who are doing their job, they're passionate about what they're doing, and that goes right across the climate and natural environment team. So for my team, they will keep going until they're told not to, and probably continue after that, if I'm honest too.
Good answer, Mark.
Could I just come back to answer one of your earlier points, which was around the routes to procurement? And you mentioned social value, and I'm involved in that piece of work as well. So working with Paul Scoos, there's a small group of us looking at how we can improve the delivery of social value, which can have benefits in this area, but also in nature and climate and natural environment. Within our procurement processes, there are questions within the pre-qualification elements which ask questions around carbon reporting for contracts over a certain value. It's expected that those larger contracts, that there is a kind of they have a plan. They are on the journey to kind of working out carbon reduction. And as James has alluded to, we are looking at how we can to improve the quality of the data, because at the moment we're using a recognised process which is financially based, and it's using SIT codes to give you an output, which is why we've got the figure from in the report. However, as Dave has also pointed out, that it's not the operational element of it, it's a financial element to it. So actually that's something we're looking at is if there's a way to capture that data directly from them and work with them. And that's what we're starting to see in the highway contracts, the 4 highway contracts. They've kind of got a recognised methodology to start capturing the carbon actual operational data and passing that back to us. Obviously, what we then end up with is a lot of data coming in. So we need to find a way of managing all of that data that's coming into us. So we're kind of in the early stages of that process.
Thank you. Finally, yes.
Finally, just a comment. I do not doubt for one moment the passion and commitment of your climate teams, James, over your department. It's an extremely challenging, detailed, specialist piece of work. And as we've sorted the whole issue of holistic management of county farms in terms of income generation, carbon offsetting for ourselves. It's just that my concern is that we could be doing all this good work, start to see the fruits of it, and then sadly, the financial situation overcomes us. I don't want to see that. I really, really don't. But it's something that's got to be at the back of your mind. What's the plan B if the brand stuff hits the fan?
I think we can't answer that here probably, but that is a risk to a huge number of non-statutory services that we provide. And I doubt, and I also cynically think now that climate can be the first thing that's thrown out when times get tough, and we wouldn't want to do that. But there's a reality there. I'm going to move on to Dawn.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because there was reference to corporate risk, obviously, in the paper. I look forward to sitting with all of these people by the time we reach net zero in 2050. Will be interesting to know how many of us will still be sitting on this committee. I just have a couple of questions. One of the things I wanted to ask about was UK 100 and the benefit we get from them. And what is the cost of that? Because like any membership, if you can pay for the gym, but if you don't use it, then there's not worth paying a membership. So I just wanted to know about UK 100 and if we are feeling benefit of that. And then there's just as Councillor Hobhouse mentioned about the up-to-date stats. I mean, the employee headcount changes all the time. So that would obviously have to have an impact on measuring the emissions. But also, I was curious to know if the councillor travel is included in those numbers, because you made reference to employees or staff members coming into the office 2 days a week. And then associated with that, is there any measurement of the emissions associated with working from home for all the employees as well? And yeah, I think that's what I've got to. Thank you.
So yeah, so UK 100, yes, we have seen some benefits. There's been some. I personally haven't been involved in the last 6 months. Cara, as part of Mark's team, has been involved with the UK 100. There's been some best practice shared. There's been some good support in terms of lobbying of government. So the initial first stages where I encountered it, it was quite useful. There was even myth busting exercise I think Cara had done back along, especially around solar and water retention, etc. So there's been a number of things where they've been quite useful. From my point of view, I probably need to re-engage with that. It's just prioritising the work streams. So it'd be useful to catch up actually with Mark and Cara in terms of where are we with the latest engagement exercises with costs. I don't know, actually. That's something I would need to look into, and I can do. In terms of councillor travel and agile working, I'm going to just turn straight over to the left and ask Mark.
Yes, it has been included. One of the things we've identified through the process is, as you've seen in the report, there's an approximate, how we don't have the details on, how many people are coming to the office every day. So we've had to give an average. What we have identified through this process is there's information in different systems. So we can even go to the detail of knowing, because you have to register your car for business mileage, we could actually get to the detail of knowing what car people are driving for their business mileage. We haven't been able to do it for this report, but the plan is that as we improve the quality of the data, that's the things that we'd be able to bring together. So, matching the mileage claims against vehicles, against individuals, and then it starts to open up the opportunities to start exploring how you reduce that. Is it a use of pool cars, or all those things start to come into play, and the utilisation of the electric vehicles we have in the fleet and all those things start to get picked up.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have their hand up in the room? Thank you. Michael Dunk, who's no doubt still in bed in Frome while we speak. I'm joking, Mick. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm very glad to see this arrive. Helen Kay wanted to be there, and she's unable to attend. She has sent some questions, which the chair and deputy chair have been made aware of. I don't know what the protocol is for either having those answered or potentially.
You can ask those questions on her behalf. There's no problem.
Could I? Okay. Well, perhaps I'll do that now then, if I can find it.
Please do.
Right. I've
actually got them in front of me.
Have you?
It happens. Yes.
well, Chair. If they're quicker than I'm struggling to find.
I'll cut these. She's made some comments, but I think we'll have to cut to questions. She's asking, can officers clarify if these figures will be used to update the county-wide climate strategy? Oh, she wants to, sorry, the figures she's given did it take into consideration the work that was done by the 5 former councils? You may have answered that, forgive me. For example, is by adding new performance indicators or priority actions, did you take into consideration that work?
I think we've kind of recognised that we, if we go back to 2019, if we'd done the baseline for that year, it would have been a larger amount of carbon than we've got now. We have all of the councils made progress, but we've kind of drawn a line in the sand for Somerset Council for the vesting year. So we haven't discounted the work that's gone on. It's been recognised, but actually this is a baseline for the new council.
I think I was just going to add that. Sorry, Chair. It's really important that we wanted to focus on Somerset Council to show that leadership. I think we need to put our money where our mouth is in terms of showing the direction of travel, showing that leadership, and focusing on Somerset Council before we can then really engage with others in terms of the wider Somerset agenda. So we're keen that we're still progressing in terms of actions, but we needed to sort of show that progression in terms of Somerset Council.
I think, Mick, correct me if you think I'm wrong. I think maybe they've answered the other questions that Helen's put forward in the course of the debate.
Yes, well, yes, I think I'm going to touch on some of her questions very briefly, if I can. It's basically to do with resourcing. Who is going to resource if we go back to the WSP report, point 138, it says areas should be explored in further detail to assess the potential for further decarbonisation. I think that probably sums up where we have to go. And I'm a bit concerned that we're not sufficiently resourced to be doing that. And I know we're using a consultant, but I would question whether it's just better to have a larger in-house team than it is to pay consultants, which are never cheap, as we know, to do the work that perhaps we should be doing in-house. So that's my first question: is can we ask for further resources in this quite difficult and complex area where we're obviously going to be struggling? I mean, certainly to meet our 2030 target, and I think that's, as already been mentioned, that's probably unrealistic. A bit like trying to reach stay at 1.5 degrees above warming. That seems to have been ditched. So, so that's one major point. And there's a few things I'm not able to understand in the report, which outlines things like the electricity. There's two reporting techniques. One is to report as if it was all bought at standard prices on the grid, and the other one is based on location. And I'm just wondering if we could just have some clarification about those two figures, because the one that is based on location it's just confusing. I find it confusing. Market-based and the location. So our total would appear to be less than the market-based. But are we actually buying any renewable energy? And is that why our actual emissions are less? Can I just throw those questions in there initially?
Thank you.
I can start in terms of the consultancy. I think, WSP and other consultants that we use provides that level of independence as well to support, some of the reports that we do go forward. So I think there's a place, whether we had additional capacity or not, to still be using consultants in the right place in the right time. In terms of increased staff, of course, I would say yes, but that's not my place. I've got to work within the constraints of the budget that we've been set in the blueprint as Somerset Council. So that's where we are. If recommendations want to go forward from other committees, more than happy. But obviously, I have a task to do, and that's to work within the current budgets. In terms of the data, are you happy to take this one?
So as part of the kind of the standard around reporting, it's kind of protocol to report both the location-based and market-based approaches. That's why they're both in the report. For this report, there is no green energy tariff that we were on. So it is literally buying what we call a brown tariff off the grid. So that is what the market factors have been based on. And every year there's different emissions factors that have to be calculated, which is where WSP have kind of gone back and picked up the correct emissions factors for all of the relevant emissions for gas, electricity, etc., fleet, all of those things, because obviously every year the electricity in the grid has a different makeup of renewables. Well, it was coal, but that's now gone. So gas, etc. makes up a different proportion. So the electricity has a different carbon footprint. So we've ended up using the market-based approach as described in the report. But that's kind of the standard reporting, is to report both.
Yes, that's fair enough. But why is our total in on scope 2 of the table less than the scope 2 market-based, which is almost double our emissions? I don't understand how that is worked out, because if we're not buying any, the assumption is we're not buying any green electricity, then surely our emissions are higher than those listed in the table. I'm a bit what's the word? When I see a figure and it doesn't seem to work, that's confusing for me.
I think the location based is potentially about the grid that's supplied to us in this area. So actually, there's a higher proportion of renewable within the grid itself. Obviously, we also have nuclear coming on into the grid, into the mix as well. So I think that's where the figures differ. But as an authority, we still show those emissions, because if we were buying a REGO backed green tariff, that footprint would be zero. It's not. So it's a brown tariff. So we end up with about 4,500 tons of carbon from our electricity use.
Right, that sort of explains it to me.
I think actually in the long run, over 50% of the grid now is renewables anyway. We're stuck with nuclear, whether some of us like it or not. And it's heading in that direction anyway. There's no coal anymore. So I think whichever in the long run, whichever supplier we use, it'll probably be fairly friendly, but not entirely so. Okay,
can I just
thank you, Mick.
One more
All
question.
right, can you make it quick, because we're now running and 45 minutes over.
It's to do with the waste contract. How is incineration marked as CO2 emission? I know there was always emissions with landfill, and that's accepted. But is incineration, our particular incineration technique, considered in the report as an emission?
Not directly, no. All of the scope 3 emissions are calculated on spend, which would include the costs of the collection contract, the disposal contracts within BIFA, etc. So it's not broken down into, as we discussed earlier, the kind of vehicle fleet that those operators are using, or the way they're disposing of the waste. It's based on the amount of money we are spending with those suppliers. To move to a kind of a collection regime, to be able to collect the data from all of those different operators, about 4,000 contractors, would be incredibly challenging. But that's something we're looking towards for them to start. As we let new contracts, we can start to build in some of that carbon reporting around asking them to provide that data to us. But at the moment, we don't have that. So we're using spend analysis to demonstrate.
That's very interesting, because it should be quite easy for them to work out how much energy they're generating and how much energy is CO2 is emitted from their incinerator. It's a fairly basic thing. So I wondered if we could ask for that to be reported back as one of the priorities, because I've always worried that incineration was being ignored as an emissions source. But maybe, sorry.
Just to come back on that as well, it would obviously they'd have to apportion the Somerset contract, because obviously the incinerator where our waste goes is obviously used by other organisations as well. So yeah, I mean that's something for the future, but we don't have that data at the moment.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mick. All right, thank you. I don't think I have any more questions. We're running terribly late, but so we do need to move on. Stephen had to go out, I think, to put a ticket on his car or something. So perhaps we can move on to the task and finish group update. Does anybody object to that? That's item number 9. Oh, sorry, rushing ahead, aren't I? Right, the practical considerations. were expressed in terms of this item. Practical consideration, maintaining budgets and the likelihood of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030 were expressed throughout, along with a lot of other questions about some practicalities and issues regarding regarding the process that we're going through. Dave, would you like to add to that? Because you probably had something in mind.
I didn't. I just felt, good.
I'd like a sentence, please.
Oh dear, I wasn't thinking of anything clearly in mind, so you put me on the spot. Apart,
okay.
But I mean, we've clearly welcomed the report. It's raised lots of questions. If I can say, one of them is what follows in terms of action plans and pathways. Clearly, that was a point I was focusing on. So, but I hope that's okay. I suspect there were others that were important as well. So sorry for not immediately bringing them to mind.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for waiting. God, I hope we can fit Stephen in by the time he gets back. Henry,
could we put forward the proposals that I proposed to
yes.
The executive? Firstly, I would like to suggest that we don't have time to do carbon, whatever you want to call it, neutral or whatever, by 2030, and I think we need to revise the date as the councils around us have already done. I would like to make that point. And the second thing is that I'd like to make the point that we would like James and his team to return here in 12 months with an accurate carbon figure. And in the meantime, if you have plans to start looking at how to lower the carbon figures for this council, they should come here so that we actually see what you're planning to do.
Yeah, I think that's that. I beg your pardon for moving on after that. Yeah, that proposal seems to have met with some support around the room. Would you second that?
Sorry, Chair. Oh, do you want to come in, Paul? Sorry.
I was just going to say, in terms of setting the team a deliverable target, maybe further refinement to the reporting. An accurate target sounds like an impossible achievement to make. It will be more accurate, but it will never be accurate, given the kind of the complexity of the topic matter as I read the discussion. So I just want to be fair to the in terms of scoping that task.
Dave?
I've certainly sympathy with what's being suggested, and yes, I think it is sensible to look at the 2030. So I would go with that, and I hope we can find something. And I'm not sure we've quite done it. That said, again, and this is the point I wish to make: the data. Monitoring and getting the data is important, but it can also suck up an awful lot of time. And actually, I would much rather have Mark working, so do a bit of this, but also do quite a lot of working with the transport group and others, and actually getting the action done. We've only got a limited team. So to be honest, I have got a reservation about getting the numbers right. I think they need to guide us, but I think we could spend an awful lot of time trying to get numbers worked out right, and it would be wasted, to be honest. Yeah, indeed. So less confident that I think we should leave it to the officers to progress their carbon baseline reports. We will get future years. You've talked about how you're refining it, and I'm content with that.
Steve,
yeah,
did you want to
absolutely reiterate what he was saying? That to get down to the fine detail, we can see from these figures where the big wins are. Not necessarily the big wins, but where the huge amounts of CO2 is being generated. Do we really need to get down to the actual, the second decimal point on some of these figures? Whereas we're using resources to do the report, why can't we actually use these resources to start working on addressing the actual problem itself?
Sounds okay to me. I don't know how I'm going to summarise that into a proposal.
Well, I was going to suggest actually, Councillor Marcel, in terms of answering what we're doing about it, that comes forward as part of the vision report in December anyway, is a progress update. So there'll be an insight into the direction of travel for all of us in that. So really, it just goes back to that first proposal, I guess, and the others would be actually part of the update report into scrutiny. That's a suggestion for me. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, taking that on board, I think we have a broad agreement on that. We don't need to take a vote. We've got a broad agreement that we'd like you to go and work on actually activating these proposals, and that you'll come back in December, and in the further report we'll get some sort of clarification on where we've got to, and we'll probably be able to say where we're going to. In question, I suppose it's fair to say the committee questions the validity of maintaining the 2030 target, and would seek clarification on whether this needs renewing. Is that too? So is that okay? Doesn't fudge it too much. Okay. Oh yeah.
But just to clarify, Chair, that is to the service. You're not making that 2030 query to the portfolio holder or the executive.
Yes, we are.
I think
Okay,
we are.
then you would need to. Then it would need to be formally voted on, Chair. Sorry, if we were doing a formal round.
Second over there.
Are we going to put a date on it? Okay. Okay. So the committee requests that the 2030 target carbon neutral is reviewed. Are we in agreement? Unanimous then. So, Matt, are you? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Both very much. We take item 9.
Just before we do that, Chair, we're just about to pass the 4-hour mark, which needs us to just formally note that you'll get the committee's agreement to do so.
Do we?
So that's fine. Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry. I've got my hearing aids in.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Your fortitude is welcome. So we'll move on to, if we're all agreed, we'll move on to item 9, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aisha's been working incredibly hard to bring up the reports that the working group asked for, most of which it looks like she's going to have to go to London to collect. She hates London. So at this point, I'm going to move on. And if you look at the screen, Aisha's about to put up the Dragonfly report. The situation is that finally I found some data, and this is a 20-year survey done on one day of the year, the same day of the year each year for the last 20 years. And what it shows is that 20 years ago, there was somewhere like 300 odd dragonflies that were counted by the individual on West Sedgemoor. And the latest figures, the maximum is 50. Dragonflies, for those of you who don't know, are in the water for 2 to 5 years as nymphs. If you have any pollution, you kill the nymph, no dragonflies. And that's what this shows. It is the only data we actually have that shows the level of pollution that we have around. I've got Andrew Clegg online if you want to question him. It's not him that's actually done this, it's a colleague of his. Andrew, you there?
Yes, can you hear me and see me?
Yep, thank you, Andrew.
Okay.
Anything to add to that, to what Henry's saying before we go to questions? Andrew?
Sorry?
Do you have anything to add to what Henry's saying before we actually go to the questions?
Nothing really, except the interesting shape of the curve, particularly if you look at the bottom one there. If you average it out, it's a sort of an exponential curve, and if you look at it carefully, what it's showing is that the population of dragonflies that Dion Warner, my colleague, has picked up is halving once every about 7 years.
Right, okay, and obviously there are bigger implications to this. Now, Martin, Councillor Martin has got a question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew. Looking at the numbers there, obviously we've got the big gap between 2020 and 24.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that no survey took place in that time.
Yeah, that's the COVID gap.
Okay.
I can fill in 25 now because Dion has just about finished. It's going to be very small indeed. For the first time ever, he's reported going down and doing some of his walks on West Sedgemoor and not seeing one dragonfly.
You say that's updating 2025. Is that an update to the 50 that we have on the chart?
The one at the end is actually the 2024 count, the very end of the chart on the right, and so now we're getting down to, well, yeah. Oh dear, I didn't notice that. Dion has filled in for me the 2025 one.
Okay.
So we're down below 100, which is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a bellwether species for the health of the levels generally.
Okay. A couple more, if I may. We see the slow decline after broadly 2013, and then there's that jump again in 2019. Is that due to the 5-year cycle that Henry spoke about?
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, there are some groups of years where you do get quite a lot of dragonfly nymphs surviving, and then you suddenly have a really good summer and you see a lot. You know, they just after 4 years underwater, eating everything they can get hold of, they come up and slip out of their nymph clothes and become these beautiful dragonflies, mate, lay an egg, and then die.
Right. Okay.
So what we've have is an example where obviously we've had a few good years before then.
And in your opinion, is there anything explicit that you could point to that's caused this decline?
If I could, I would. But no, nature is very complicated, as you realise. But there are a few things, and I think the important one is probably lack of oxygen in the reens. And oxygen there's less oxygen in warm water than there is in cold water. And so in the summer, these reens become pretty deoxygenated, and that's exacerbated by phosphate, which causes a lot of growth of algae and so on the surface of the water, which further cuts off light, which stops photosynthesis, and so a further deoxygenation. So I think deoxygenation is probably an important one. What causes the deoxygenation? Well, everybody's been talking about phosphate. I'm not convinced that phosphate is quite as a serious source of this problem as most people believe. But the only way of finding this out is to try out some remedial activity and see what happens. And it happens that there are a few activities going on in West Sedgemoor. One particularly interesting is the growth once more of the withy industry. And so far, I and several colleagues who do testing regularly around there have recorded quite a drop in phosphate in the water around the new withy beds. But what we haven't done is measured, can't connect that yet with dragonflies, and we can't even connect that with oxygenation of water because we haven't measured the oxygen levels in the water.
Thank you very much. Your last point about the phosphates was the one I was heading towards. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Great questions. Henry.
Going forward, when Aisha's got some of the paperwork together, we will have another meeting to which I will invite the guy who did this particular report. In 2019, it was quite wet, but hot, and the wet will have improved the oxygen levels in the Reens. I've just checked it online. The second thing is that I am trying to raise £5,000 to put in solar-driven oxygen pumps and solar-driven water pumps to increase the oxygen level in the Reens by increasing the movement and put it literally bubbling oxygen through as you do in a fish tank. I haven't yet got the money, but I'm fairly close to it. How am I raising it? I have a very nice billionaire who is a friend who lives very close. Any other questions?
Behave yourself over there. This meeting's gone on too long, I think. Thank you very much. Are there any other? I mean, that's great, and that's fantastic that you. The question I was going to ask is, what can be done? But you've got a handle on that, and you've got some rich sponsor that's going to do it, and you're not going to divulge their name and address to Dawn Denton. That's fantastic. So, can I wrap this one up then? Yeah, do. That's fantastic. Then the report's noted, and the environmental implications of the reduction in dragonfly population have been noted, and we're grateful to Henry Hobhouse, Councillor Hobhouse, for his initiative in trying to improve the issue, but also take note of the implications for the broader environmental issues. Thank you very much. So we go back to agenda item 80. Do you not get a parking space? And we've got Stephen Drury with us, Nature Recovery and Partnerships Manager, to present the item with some slides. Thank you, Stephen, for holding on for so long. If you don't mind, I'm going to have to excuse myself for a minute, but do carry on.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Yes. So I'm going to talk about the Somerset Local Nature Recovery Strategy, and this is timely because it is currently out to public consultation. It's the culmination of 2 years worth of effort with a whole range of people, organisations, communities in Somerset. And so what I will talk about, I'm going to talk about what is the purpose of a local nature recovery strategy, what a local nature recovery strategy aims to do and what it won't do. I'll touch briefly upon what is in the Somerset Local Nature Recovery Strategy. Then I'll talk a little bit about the public consultation and how we're trying to raise awareness of that and how we will respond to that. And then I'll touch upon how we envisage the local nature recovery strategy will be delivered, and specifically what is likely to be Somerset Council's role in that. So the purpose of a local nature recovery strategy, it is a new statutory system of spatial strategies for nature's recovery. And we've just heard a specific example there of one particular species that's in decline. Unfortunately, there are many species in decline. So as set out in the Somerset State of Nature 2023 report and reflecting national trends, nature is most definitely in trouble, and nature decline has profound implications for the long-term health, well-being and livelihoods of Somerset communities. So the strategy aims to provide a clear place-based plan for restoring and protecting nature in a way that supports both people and the environment. And it will do this by helping to target resources effectively. So both public and private investment can be directed to those areas that will make the biggest difference for nature. So what will the, I'll call it LNRS from now on, make it a bit quicker, do and not do? So firstly, it will identify priorities. It will set out the most important local priorities for nature recovery. And these are agreed priorities and actions to achieve those priorities that have been developed following extensive engagement over the last 2 years across partners and the public to determine what kinds of nature recovery are most important for Somerset. And it will link some of these local priorities with national environmental targets. So, for example, there is a national target set out in the Environment Act of increasing woodland cover in England from an average of 14.5% to 16.5% by 2050. And at the moment in Somerset, we're very, very low. We're around 9%. So we've got a bit of work to do there. It will also map opportunities. So it will produce a map showing where the actions to achieve the priorities would have the most benefit for wildlife, people, and the climate. It will highlight existing important habitats, and it will show opportunities for new habitats or improvements. And by doing this, it is hoped that the strategy will then help to guide investment and action. So it provides a blueprint for farmers, landowners, councils, and developers to align their projects with nature recovery goals. And as I mentioned, it will help target public and private funding, so government grants, biodiversity net gain contributions, carbon markets, etc., to where it will have the biggest impact. So once published, it becomes the reference document used by funders, planners, land managers, and delivery bodies so that future spending and projects align with the agreed map and priorities rather than being scattered or ad hoc. And it will support collaboration. So it encourages local partnerships between councils, community groups, environmental organisations, businesses and landowners. And it does this by giving everyone the same evidence, the same map, and the same agreed priorities to work from, instead of each actor pursuing separate agendas in isolation. And it creates a shared vision for nature recovery that balances environmental, social, and economic needs. And this shared vision has been achieved by co-producing priorities with communities, organisations in Somerset. This helps ensure buy-in to the strategy because we recognise that successful delivery will depend to a certain extent on voluntary, locally supported action. And furthermore, the LNRS, although its prime aim is around restoring biodiversity by protecting and restoring habitats, doing this will also deliver wider environmental benefits, such as improving water and air quality, reducing flood risks and improving climate resilience, and providing better access to nature for people's health and well-being. So these are baked in to the strategy. And so, for instance, if we take one of these reduced flood risks, the map will show opportunities where we can cite nature-based solutions, natural flood management, that will both boost nature and reduce flood risk. There's a lot of wider societal benefits as well. So how is a local nature recovery strategy relevant to the general public? So it turns abstract save nature goals into place-specific practical decisions about where and how nature is restored around the places people actually live, work and travel. So it protects and improves what people feel directly. So cleaner rivers, less flooding, cooler streets, more accessible green space. I think everyone desires to have more of this. So in short, LNRS's influence how land and nature-based solutions improve local health, safety and quality of life. And the public directly benefits through more attractive, healthier and more accessible environments. And that's just a summary on that slide of some of the wider benefits to wider society. So healthier environment, better access to nature, community involvement, produces economic opportunities, helps with climate resilience, and we have a shared vision. So what an LNRS does not do, it does not create new legal designations or protections. Some of the farming community were a little bit concerned it might lead to new designations that would restrict what they can do. Of course, it doesn't stop a landowner from wanting to designate their land as a local wildlife site or local nature reserve, but it doesn't mean that these will automatically be created, and DEFRA have been quite clear on that. It doesn't impose duties directly on landowners or developers. It guides rather than compels. It doesn't automatically secure funding. It can influence where funding should go, but it doesn't guarantee funding by itself. It doesn't replace existing planning or environmental policies. It informs decisions, but it's not a new consenting regime or substitute for local plans, environmental impact assessments, etc. And it doesn't dictate land management. It identifies priorities and opportunity areas, but it cannot force farmers or landowners to implement actions. And one other thing, it does not freeze a map forever. It's not a permanent map, and it can and will be updated in a further future iteration as evidence, policy and delivery evolve. So in short, an LNRS is a shared map and a mandate for nature recovery. It guides and aligns, but it does not compel, permit or directly deliver. So this is just a little flow chart of how it works in practice. So the inputs, so we've collected local priorities, we've collected information on national targets, lots of data on habitats. We've then mapped key habitats, we've mapped opportunity areas for the local priorities and how we can better connect sites. And then once published, the actions around that will involve targeting investment, guiding land management and supporting collaboration. And hopefully this will lead to the outcomes of more biodiversity, better climate resilience and better access to nature. So very briefly, what is in the Somerset LNRS, in case any of you haven't looked at the public consultation yet. So it's formed of two parts. There's the written strategy, which is called the Statement of Biodiversity Priorities, and there's the mapping element. So the written strategy contains information on habitats, priorities, and potential measurements in the document. So this is identifying what we want to do. And then the potential measures, the actions, are then presented on the map, showing where these would deliver the greatest benefit. So that's the written report. So it identifies and describes key habitats and species, pressures and threats to those, opportunities for nature recovery and the wider benefits, and it identifies priorities and potential measures for nature recovery. So it's mainly habitat based, but it does take into account species. So I identified a long list of 396 species in Somerset, assessed as rare, threatened or significant, from which 136 priority species were identified from the long list. And most of these species, the priorities and measures for the habitats will cover those species, will help recovery in those species. There are a small number of species, so 15 individual species and 8 species assemblages, where we needed additional bespoke measures specifically for those species, and that's listed in the strategy. And then there is the map, and there are 2 main layers to the map, and this is where we start to refer to some of the DEFRA jargon. So the first layer is our existing important habitats. So these are already protected and designated areas. This is called areas of particular importance to biodiversity. And then the important part of the map is those opportunity areas. So in the DEFRA jargon, the areas that could become of particular importance. And here is an example of the map. We zoom into an area. So those coloured areas represent different preferred habitat types. And if you click on one of those colours, you get the actions associated with restoring or creating that habitat. And there will be one preferred action, which is BNG compliant, gets the statutory uplift for BNG. And there will be a range of other options where appropriate. And you can play around with the map for the consultation. So just a few sample pages. So we have a chapter on how different user groups can use the strategy. So there's a page here, individuals, community groups, and businesses. Page here on town and parish councils. There are other examples as well. So I said the public consultation is out now. It's open until 31st of October. So we really want to capture local knowledge and insight to ensure that this remains a collaboratively developed and locally led strategy. And we have done lots of engagement. So the poster on the right-hand side here, we have emailed to all parish clerks. So hopefully that's being displayed on parish notice boards. And we've done lots of engagement events. Here's just a few examples. Last Saturday at the Red Brick Building in Glastonbury, there was an event for communities organised by the Wildlife Trust, different communities, community groups, all the different projects they were doing for nature. The picture top right was at the Southeast LCN meeting. Bottom right was a webinar I did for farmers and land managers. I've got 2 other events this coming Saturday, one in Long Sutton, one in Minehead. So we're trying to make sure we raise as much awareness as possible. And then post-consultation, we'll put together an expert panel and we'll have a transparent, consistent methodology for assessing all the responses. And we will publish a consultation response. So the timelines at the moment, so public consultation until 31st of October. Then we'll spend a couple of months reviewing, collating, analysing the responses, refining the draft. Then we have to get various sign-offs, January, February, the 2 supporting authorities, which are Natural England, Exmoor National Park Authority. Then we get the strategy adopted by Somerset Council. So it's on the forward plan for the February Executive Committee. Then it has to be sent to the Secretary of State for approval ahead of publication. And then once it's published, our thoughts start to turn to delivery. And I've just got a few slides on how we envisage the local nature recovery strategy will be delivered. So there are some mechanisms that are based in law. So there's a link with biodiversity net gain. So those coloured areas on the map, the opportunity areas, they get their areas of high strategic significance. They get an uplift in the biodiversity metric, which makes it more attractive both to developers and to landowners. So it's going to, where a developer is looking for biodiversity net gain outside of the development site, they're probably going to be directed towards those opportunity areas identified in the strategy. There is a duty on public authorities to conserve and enhance biodiversity, which was strengthened by the Environment Act. This requires them to consider how to act, set specific policies and objectives, and then take action to achieve them. So they will have regard, they must have regard to the relevant local nature recovery strategy. And also in planning law, planners have a legal requirement to take account of the content of LNRS. And this specifically impacts local plan development. And it's also, the LNRS is an evidence base that can be a material consideration in planning decisions. So those are the legal elements. So in practice, we envisage that delivery will come from a whole mix of methods. So I've just mentioned planning and regulation, public funding, schemes like agri-environment schemes and other grants that pay farmers to do the priority actions the LNRS identifies. Increasingly, we're seeing the emergence of private finance and offsets, also partnership projects, catchment groups, NGOs, councils and landowners co-deliver restoration and nature-based solutions. So in short, the LNRS is delivered when planning, subsidy, investment and partnership are all pointed at the same spatial priorities, turning a strategy, we hope, into ground level change. Very briefly, as I know I'm conscious of time, there is a section in the strategy about how the different user groups can use the strategy, so I won't read this out, but we have more information in the strategy on how landowners, farmers, foresters, developers, planners, public bodies and charities, town and parish councils, business and industry, volunteers and communities can all use the LNRS. And finally, we are in discussion with DEFRA at the moment about the role for responsible authorities, so namely Somerset Council. They envisage 4 roles for local authorities, and we've so far got 1 year's worth of funding. We hope this will be a multi-year settlement. So they see us as leading and convening a delivery partnership. This will probably be an extension of an already existing local nature partnership that exists. They see councils as embedding LNRS into local decision making. So, for example, making sure we work with Somerset Council planners to support them to use the LNRS, and also to collaborate with public bodies to help them understand and have regard to the LNRS under their biodiversity duty, identify strategic projects and facilitate project development. So work with partners to identify projects that align with LNRS priorities and strategically prioritise and coordinate these based on local circumstances. And then we will be asked to monitor and report on delivery of LNRS priorities, and DEFRA are going to hopefully, what they intend to do is provide us with a monitoring methodology. So rather than having 48 responsible authorities all reporting in a different way, there'll be a consistent methodology for reporting. And final slide, when will the strategy be reviewed? I said it's not frozen, and it's a bit vague at the moment. So the government have stated that it will be reviewed in 3 to 10 years at a time to be determined by the Secretary of State. We think it will be probably likely to be around about 5 years' time it will be updated. And we'll measure progress through monitoring against national and local targets. And this will in turn inform the next version of the strategy. So whistle stop tour. Sorry about that, a lot of detail.
No, thank you very much. And thank you for waiting to the end of what was a very long meeting. We've got a few questions. I think, Matt, did you want to say something before I bring in?
If possible, just a few points. One, a bit like Mark with the carbon baseline, actually Steve has lived and breathed this one, you know, night and day. Actually, the amount of work and effort he has put into this is absolutely huge. There have been challenges, you know, to try and get all the data together and to get us to the point where we are. It's quite remarkable what he's actually done to get us where we are, yeah, especially with the challenges around him. I also wanted to highlight actually the exciting opportunities which will come as this document moves forward. It really is the catalyst for a number of the conversations we've had today. Councillor Osborne, you mentioned about the county farms and green financing opportunities and work streams, even for some of the areas where we're talking about, you know, the vulnerability around services potentially with financial situations. Actually, the statutory functions and duties which are embedded in here, actually a number of the services like the National Landscapes, Steve's work, the Green Estates teams who are working with volunteers on the National Landscapes, local wildlife sites, are all part of the solution in terms of the delivery of this, you know, working towards 30 by 30 in the Environment Act outcomes. So there's a lot actually that we can deliver in-house, but we can't do it alone. We've got to be working with the wider community. And as Steve has mentioned already, the local nature partnership is a critical part of that solution. But for me, this aligns with a lot of the other services work that we're talking about in carbon, work that we're doing around climate, our water services, and or what we're moving forward with our shoreline management plans and our assets that we're looking at from that point of view, but also in terms of resilience and adaptation as well. Data is going to be critical, and how we manage the impact of this. So again, going back to some of those conversations around, you know, what is the data, how is it informing us in terms of the direction of travel? That's something that we're quite keen to look at. And just to sort of finish off on, actually, some of the work that we're obviously not preempting what the delivery plan will be, because that is the excitement. It's that, so what do we do next? But we're trying to look at creative ways to bring in some additional resource. So we have just recruited 2 graduates to work with us now for 2 years to work both on green financing, because that needs to be part of the solution about how do we finance this, but also in terms of local nature recovery strategy. So fingers crossed in the next couple of months and years, you'll see 2 other faces behind us sat in the background watching. So really excited by this. It's fantastic what Steve's doing, but it's all part of that broader programme of works, that storytelling that we're hoping to bring forward over the next couple of months. So thank you.
Well, thank you for completing that presentation with a sense of optimism, which may have been drained from us earlier. But Matt had a question.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Stephen, for the presentation and for the work you've done on this so far. It all looks splendid. A couple of your slides touched on it, but is it expected, or are you, is it expected that the LNRS becomes a consultee on major planning applications over the next period, for whatever the period is?
It is expected that planners, they should have regard to the LNRS. So they will use the LNRS as I say, as a material consideration. So the LNRS is just a document. I mean, it's not an organisation, it's a document, but it will influence planning decisions.
Bob Filmer.
Mine was more of a procedural. You mentioned, I think it's that the consultation is going to be looked at sort of November, December. It's coming to exec in February for them to adopt.
Yeah.
Does it go through scrutiny before it goes to the executive? Is there a feedback? And if so, because I didn't see it on the January forward plan, so just wanted to ask.
That's a question I'll throw back to you if you want it to. I'm very happy to.
I was going to ask that again, back to chair and obviously the committee. This was the first fundamental stage of going through consultation. It was important that this came to committee. It would be whether obviously committee would like it to come back, obviously before finally going to executive.
As it were, to sign it off.
Or any recommendations as well.
Yes, I mean, it should come back. I sort of took it as I know it's a draft, isn't it? But I took it as a effectively finished document with just the possibility of us adding, if we needed to. I personally didn't see anything that I could suggest.
I can't see major changes. There obviously could be edits and reiterate, but again, Steve.
We can't preempt what the public will say. I doubt it will be major changes. I suspect a lot of the changes may be minor changes to the map. We've already had to seek approval from the two supporting authorities to go out to public consultation. So we've already made some changes following comments from Natural England. But yeah, I can't see major changes, particularly in the document, the strategy itself.
Right, thank you. Okay, Bob then, yeah.
I think it was just my feeling was because it's going out to consultation, you will have that feedback, and then it gives your committee the chance to say how much of that should be reflected in change. But obviously, as a sub, I'm happy to leave it to those who are on the committee.
No, it's perfectly valid, and thank you. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Who's got to say?
Thank you, Chairman. It's clear there's an awful lot of work gone into this report and document. Thank you for the presentation. It was really full, it was comprehensive, and it gave a very clear flavour of what we're trying to do with this. So I think we've got a very strong proposal on this going forward. And DEFRA, frankly, should be delighted with the effort we've made and put into this. However, what funding is going to be available going forward? Because at the moment we've had new burdens funding, and that has also carried us into I guess, the end of 2026. This new burdens grant all comes to an end. So what finance is DEFRA perhaps looking to put in there? Because there may well be a gap longer term. The other bit is the sustainability of how long the environmental schemes that are paid out to farmers, such as elms, is perhaps the one that springs most readily in mind, but there are others, is how long that is going to continue for. Because one of the things that has been proposed or floated in the government's many changing budget leaks, shall we say, is that because of the resistance to inheritance tax levied on farmers, that what they would look at is maybe increasing the threshold at which inheritance tax comes in, but in exchange they will not be renewing those funding streams to farmers for things such as elms. So potentially that could have an impact on us in terms of what the funding is. Also, as well, I think, as we all know, the funding for the Southwest through, say, shared prosperity schemes, the Shared Prosperity Fund, which again could very creatively provide opportunities, that has been reduced to Southwest Council. It's all going northwards. So I'm concerned about that there may be a vulnerability here if we're too reliant on government schemes. So what we can do to, as you say, become self-sufficient. That does concern me, and I wondered what your plans were for dealing with that. What are the plans B's and C's going to be? The other one is as well, it looks like there's been some good engagement work being done with community groups, with landowners, farmers and others. What are your proposals to keep this going post-consultation and keep maybe some of these groups going so they can actually then come together to, in effect, take some of this work on and actually do it for you?
Thank you. Very, very good questions. So your first question was about funding beyond the end of 2026. And it is a question that all local authorities are asking DEFRA at the moment. DEFRA say, although they can't guarantee anything, they very much want to come up with a multi-year funding package, especially as they are giving us some responsibilities in terms of monitoring, in terms of delivery. So I think all local authorities are keeping the pressure on DEFRA. There are different departments within DEFRA. Certainly the department we're dealing with are very, very keen to see multi-year funding emerge. So we'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. Second question around elms and agri-environment schemes. Obviously that's beyond our control. I mean, they will be one major instrument of delivery for local nature recovery strategies. it will be, and it's an uncertain landscape. And we saw with the pulling of Sustainable Farming Initiative, SFI, that, you know, that knocks farmers' confidence as well. The direction of travel for some years now has been to reward farmers for both food production and wider environmental benefits, so-called public services. So we hope that will continue, and we hope that reference will be made to supporting areas that are identified and priorities identified in the local nature recovery strategy. But governments can change. You know, the funding for agri-environment is at the whim of whatever government is in charge. So, but it's not the only delivery mechanism. So we're not putting all our eggs into that one basket, just to mention. And I think the other question was around engagement and using wider groups for delivery. That's very much in our plans. So we have, as part of the local nature partnership, we have a subgroup, which is local nature recovery strategy and 30 by 30. And we see that morphing into the delivery partnership, which we're being asked to facilitate and convene, the delivery partnership for delivery of the local nature recovery strategy. So it won't be all on our backs. We will be involving others. And also, as part of our responsibilities, I mean, we've done a lot of community engagement in the last 2 years, and engaging, informing, inspiring people to take action. Again, we see that as within our remit. That James mentioned the 2 new posts we've got coming in, the 2 graduate posts. One of them is a brilliant communicator. So I think we would envisage that she would get very much involved in that. And yes, I mean, our experience is there are a few people in parishes doing some absolutely wonderful things. There are a few people, as you all be aware of, that are doing some very regressive things. And part of it is about education and awareness. So if we can educate more people, inspire more people to do positive things, that could also have a big impact for nature recovery.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to come back as well. The other thing, really, where you said about financing, mentioned a couple of times for the nature finance, we have sort of commissioned a piece of work which is very much looking at the baseline assessment of what the need is out there, you know, especially across Somerset, but also for us. So yeah, you're right. We've got to get creative. It's a piece of work we put forward onto the transformation programme, and it's a piece of work that we're going to be working with WSP over the next 9 months. It's going to be a critical piece of work to come to this committee and actually engage with members at the earliest possible situation. I just need some substance and some data for members, because once I put it in front of you, you're going to be straight into that data. So I'm really quite keen to be working with Scrutiny on that particular piece of work on 2 fronts. One, our role for Somerset and for the communities and partners that we're going to be working with, you know, to actually be able to see what are the opportunities around investment, both from the private sector, but also from the credit markets that can be created. So what's our role as Somerset Council, you know, in terms of how can we help shape that market as well? Is it a responsible body status? Is it going down a trading company route? And also, can we start looking at this sort of multifunctional outcome approach of we're already managing our sites, we're working with volunteers, we're putting management programs in place. Can we do baseline assessments to look at the credit markets and create finance from actually doing the right thing for nature? So we're trying to look at, can we create credits for Somerset Council, which could either be sold on the open market and raising funds to be invested into nature recovery, or is creating units to be able to help our own development moving forward, because obviously we've got schools, housing, etc. to build as well. So there's a huge amount of work and studies that we're trying to do in terms of baseline assessment and business plan towards that. And then actually that's a piece of work where I'm sure there's a number of councillors around the table here who will want to be involved in actually getting into the nitty gritty of that before it officially comes to a committee.
Yeah, just to echo what James has just said. So the government itself recognises that public finance is not going to deliver the environment targets they want. They see an increasing role for private finance. So it's an area we're starting to explore now. 4 local authorities have had a 2-year pilot, been heavily funded to develop private finance initiatives for nature recovery, and DEFRA intend to expand the learning from those 4 pilots. So it's an emerging area, very, very complex area, but we hope that it will also lead to a lot of fund a lot of new projects and initiatives.
Thank you.
Just a quick request of Stephen. I really like the poster that you put up there, which is promoting the consultation. I'm sure I'll have it somewhere buried in an email somewhere, but I wonder if you'd be kind enough to send me another copy so I can put it out on social media.
Oh, yes, please.
So
yes,
as we can get those last minute where people have maybe thought, I'm going to respond to it, and then they forget. So I think just a very quick,
yes, please.
Get that out in social
if
media.
I could ask, Mr. Chair, could I send it to to yourself, to the committee, for everyone to? Yeah.
Bearing in mind there's
Yeah.
4 of us substituting. The other thing I was going to suggest, and it may be worth doing, is to keep that pressure on DEFRA, because I'm also concerned, because yes, it sounds like they are looking at things, but it takes a time to work up PFI. It's going to take a time to work up, what credits we actually have available, what we need to use ourselves, and what we've got spare to sell. And I wonder whether it is worth this committee perhaps either doing it itself or proposing that full council writes to DEFRA that yes, we're right behind this work, but we actually need an assurance from them that the new burdens funding will continue beyond 2026 until they have established the multi-year settlement that they propose, because there is a risk in that gap that you lose your momentum, and you lose your impact.
Yeah, that would be very much welcomed if that were to be possible. Yes, yeah.
I see nothing wrong with it. I don't see any argument against it. I think it's a good idea. I'm just writing it down. Yes, James.
Sorry, one last thing, just to highlight other options. We are literally scanning options on a multiple number of these projects. In terms of financing as well, one of the other things we've touched on is social value. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but rather than looking internally and within the council, is using things like the outcomes of the local nature recovery strategy and other work streams as potential investable opportunities for other people's social value applications. So where there are people who are putting in bids to government offices, organisations, businesses, we are trying to look at a prospectus approach of going, instead of buying your own field and ploughing it with poppies, actually this is an opportunity where you can invest into the local nature recovery strategy and X costs this, X costs that, etc. So it's a piece of work we're still early days in, but we are working with a number of organisations and businesses to explore that opportunity as well.
Yeah, okay, I think that's good. In order to full council has to be consulted, doesn't it? So it would have to come up at the next full council meeting. So we'll, if we're all happy with that, we'll draft something.
Yeah.
Cute, right? Okay, thank you very much, and do ensure that give us a reminder if we need it. Okay, thank you, Dave. I think you were waiting.
Yeah, try to be very quick. Thanks for good to see what's happening. I'll be looking at the map. That sounds worth a look. Look forward to the finance report very much too. We had a discussion earlier about whether it comes back to scrutiny or not. I tend to, we could do, but we know we've potentially got lots of items. I think maybe not necessary. I think for what we're hearing, obviously, there might be something that emerges from the consultation, and perhaps if there was something that, looked questionable, then maybe so. But the way it seems to be heading, I feel maybe not. But could I suggest what might be perhaps more helpful would be a briefing for all members? We have some of these where all members can come along, and it'd be good for all members to be aware of that. So yeah, so I suggest that. I will just ask one question, which may not be of wider interest, or it may be. So I will answer it. If it's better just to have a quick chat afterwards, that's absolutely fine. And it reflects a question I've recently had, which sort of feels quite minor, but might be quite important in the scheme of this thing, and about putting Swift bricks in all new homes, and probably having that incorporated in the local plan or some sort of policy somewhere. Have you got something to say in that regard?
Yes, it is an action within the local nature recovery strategy. We have included that. And I believe, I just read a couple of days ago that the government have done a U-turn on that, and they are going to, because they had they weren't going to pursue the requirement for Swift bricks in new buildings, but apparently they've changed their mind, I believe. So I've just read that a couple of days ago. Yes. So that's a bit of good news. Yeah.
Thank you. And taking your point, Dave, yeah, I'd written down, this is a sort of summary, assuming we've no further questions. The committee welcomed the report. Thanks, Stephen, for the report, I should say. Requested that after public consultation, the final draft, and I've changed that now to, is presented to all members for information and discussion, rather than to be brought back here. I think that's a good point, actually. I was going to say all we need really is any amendments. But having said that, there's a number of people who've substituted on this committee, and those coming in might prolong that, protract that. So if it goes to all members, that would probably be the best, a better solution. Yeah,
obviously, and I did mean to. This is actually the second time you come to us. So it was last December.
Yes.
We had a draft, and we commented quite a lot at length at that time. So.
And I mean, looking at it personally, I think that looks a very thorough and well put together document. And I couldn't think of anything that might be added personally. I think mostly it's just been very relevant questions. And thank you. So thanks, Stephen, and thank you for the enormous parking charges that you've endured.
Hopefully managed to avoid.
Yeah, and the fine. And if there is a problem, we'll have a whip round at the next meeting and get it to you. Well, thank you all. Now, I've just got these items for information. Anything, Jamie? Nothing for items for information, unless there's any other matters.
Wasn't covered well enough, and maybe we should start at agenda item 1, because I just feel like we haven't done a thorough enough job.
Do you want to lift home? Right, thank you all very much, and for sticking out for nearly 5 hours. That's been great, and also making up some lost time from the previous meetings that we couldn't hold. So thanks, and thanks especially to the people that substituted today. Brilliant, thank you, and have a safe journey back.